One. Hello, 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 hello.
I forgot to mute the stream. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight?
They left the crazy siblings in church tonight.
We are unsupervised, unmedicated, and highly caffeinated. So here we go.
For welcome to the Hold My Pen Promptcast, August 15th. As you can tell, right now it is currently me and Sticks. There is an invite out to Kesh for when she arrives home and get herself all set up. Our fearless leader is out at a family thing, which she needs to do every now and again, whether she likes it or not. But we got a pretty decent show tonight. I'm looking at a lot of people getting stuff written. That's what we like to see. If you are curious, the average word count for this evening was 1,979 words. So we took everybody's words, divided by the number of submitters, and there we go. So on average, you guys did almost $2,000 a piece on average. So that's pretty awesome. Yeah. I know how to earn prompt points. I'm running the fucking stream. So just shut up and give me my prompt points. Anyway. So unfortunately, we do not have an Izzy tonight. That's I am the Izzy, but an Izzy submission tonight. That is fine. Life be lifing. But if you hadn't noticed over in the announcements channel, there is an elusive Sticks submission tonight. And you may also see a new name on there for many of you. However, Shy's a book dragon, Shy for short, is actually an OG TikTok submitter from back in the day. So, don't tell everybody my secret. So welcome back, Shy. Julie and I have missed you tremendously. And we are going to okay. We got it. Here we go.
To answer your question, Ace, like when you get invited into a collaboration to do the streaming together thing like we do, there's always an option for me to click like notify your followers that you're going live on this channel, and I never do because no one likes to show the fuck up. So this time I decided to click it just for funsies, and 2 people actually showed up, so I might have to start clicking it more often.
There we go. See, Sticks comes with an audience. I don't. I click it all the time because I do have followers, but they're real life friends and they're never available on a Saturday night. So, yes, see, Allie Mew says do it more often. So bring in the people. Don't forget also to share it out. You know, people that you've talked the show up to, send it out, whether that's in Messenger or you post it on Facebook or Insta or wherever. Do the thing, right?
Hello.
Hello, we have a cache. I mean, I do it all the time on the off chance that my buddy Kanite will show up, but he's normally at work. And so depends on how busy he is before he can pop in and over here. So that's the thing. So if you guys ever decide to start streaming for yourselves and collaborate with other creators, that's additional little teaks and tweaks. Teaks, teaks, teaks and tweaks. Yeah. So, all right. Don't forget to follow, subscribe to avoid the ads. We don't stop for ads. The VOD over on YouTube doesn't have ads. So, you got that option too. And I will say this as well, YouTube has a little bit more lag than Twitch. But we also, towards the end of the night, when we all do the voting for next week's prompt, we do the poll on Twitch. But if you are watching on YouTube, we take your answers into consideration and add them to the poll. Wow, Cash, you're loud.
I was gonna mention, yeah, Kesh, your mic's really loud, and Izzy, it almost sounds like you're coming through your headset mic. You're a little more tinny than your usual microphone set.
It would be because I was.
That's so much better.
Wow, you sound so much better too.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness. All right, so we have got 9 submissions tonight. And as you know, this month's extra challenge, which you do not have to participate in any capacity, is Echoes and Embers. If you've got some kind of old thing that you've never presented before and you're going back and you're editing and you're working the prompt into it, go ahead and submit.
I gotta say, I'm just enjoying listening to your actual voice now. That before was really great and getting on my nerves. Like that the change is night and day. Good God, burn that headset mic.
I can't. I got to use it for work. Anyway,
Is that better, or am I still really loud?
well, whatever you were tinkling with on your desk, every single time you set something down, it reverberated.
It was
I
like
don't
you
know
were
what it
I was
was
trying to be
on the laptop.
quiet. I was trying to be quiet. That's the thing.
tinkling with. Yes.
With my keys and my glasses.
But
Yes,
hey, we've got
I
a
make up
dedicated spot.
words.
We have a dedicated spot for the wheel tonight, since we are absent a fearless leader.
I'm not moving it. Fuck you.
I just work here.
You do just work here. So, all right, that's Echoes and Embers, which our graphic was made by Documancer. We were taking submissions for the August graphic, and Doc was the only one who submitted. So by default, Doc won. You have until next Friday night. The due date for your time zone is in the September graphic challenge forum thread thing over in Discord. And so hopefully we get more submissions for the September theme, which is Masks We Wear. And then starting next Saturday night, immediately following the stream, the poll will go up unless we only have one again. Come on. I know there's more artists around here. Bring us the beauteous art.
I'm just shocked
I
that
think-
you just said September prompt, because my brain is still in like February.
I mean, lack of sleep will do that to you. Yeah. I'm just glad you and Julie didn't see the black dog. Okay. No.
Allie has a good question in the chat real quick. She is new here. She comes over from my stream. So if you guys want to explain to her what we do here real quick.
Absolutely. So at the end of the show, we roll a random number generator and we present to you, the audience, a concept prompt, a line prompt, and a piece of dialogue prompt. And then you, the audience, vote on what next week's writing prompt is going to be. You have all week until 3 p.m. Central next Saturday to write up to 2,500 words using the prompt. You get to pick your pen name. All you got to do is email it to the holdmypenpromptcast@gmail.com with the subject line of your chosen pen name and your word count. And then we read you out on Saturday night, overflow on Sundays. And we're encouraging people to write more, get inspired. And also, because our videos are available in perpetuity over on YouTube, people can be introduced to new authors that they didn't know.
And the monthly challenge is just an additional layer to each week's prompt. It is an optional extra thing if you want to add in kind of a theme to the prompt each month. But I mean, we have plenty of people who don't even write using the prompt. They just have a submission every week. So it's just a put a pen on a paper, put your fingers on the keys, do what you got to do to put words on a page and send it over to us so we can read it and you write more.
Absolutely. So the absolute no's are anything that's going to get us in trouble with TOS for Twitch, YouTube, or the other social medias, because sometimes we clip things down and post them on other social media sites outside of YouTube and Twitch. So obviously, no graphic. Wham bam, thank you, ma'ams. No graphic red rum. No graphic super massive that's bad and against the law kind of things. But other than that, like pretty much we've got we've had a recurring kink scene story that keeps coming back up. We've got Dragon Shifter fantasy. We've got romantic suspense. We've got historicals. Cannibal Grandpa. Yeah.
We have a few submitters who like to dance around the TOS line, but as long as it stays within TOS, and even if you're curious, if you're like in the gray, like I don't know if this is TOS or not, like I want to point this out for everybody. The hosts reserve the right to not read your submission or a portion of your submission live in order to protect the show.
I mean, and if it makes you feel any better, our third beautiful host here, my beautiful best friend of nearly 3 decades, the redhead, was the first one that we slightly censored. Okay, the first person that I slightly censored. So if I'm willing to censor my best friend of nearly 3 decades because it went too, anybody is fair game. If you go right up to that line and you don't cross the line, you're good. You're good. Some of my
Step
favorite
on it
things
for
to
all we care. Some people are into that. Just don't cross it.
Which I was just getting ready to say. Since one story had me reading as the main character, like I, and stepping with a heel on something. I was. Can you tell we are siblings that are not genetically related because our brains went to the exact same place?
Do I need to go and read some real quick? We've got 2 people here.
All right.
We
gotta get this
there we
wheel
go.
up.
There we go. We do. Yes, give warnings.
Oh, I was trying
Give
to click allow.
warnings, general.
Yeah, if it's stuff that's not TOS, but it's also like, might bother some people, like give trigger warnings, but we're also kind of pulling back on that a little bit because at this point, if you're still here, not much offends you.
Right, absolutely. Hello, welcome in, Granny. And yes, that is something very, very important that Drizzt, aka Jeffrey, in the comments noted. All of our hosts, except for me, all of our hosts are more than willing. If you think something's gonna go over, feel free to at one of us or say, "Hey, can I get some?"
Izzy.
But everyone except me, because I want to be surprised. Half of the joy of the audience is to get my genuine first reader reactions, because I have threatened people with duct tape. I have muted the mic and yelled screaming at the camera, but you guys can't hear it, so we don't get canceled.
Slapped your microphone like a bad dog, like...
Yes, absolutely. So I stay completely in the dark. I cold read everything. Usually our fellow hosts also are cold reading, or for the most part cold reading. And so there we go. Yes.
Julie is
I
not
also
available tonight. Sorry, Luna. I saw that you requested her for the reading. If you want to swap that tonight or wait to have it read next week, Julie is not available tonight. And yes, keep Izzy out of it. If it's questions about your story ahead of time, she wants to be surprised. We like seeing the her reactions, which I will state for the record on the VODs and everything. Like, if you are in the Discord, my DMs are open to people in the Hold My Pen Promptcast for tech support help or writing help. Just make sure that if you reach out to me for the first time and I've never spoken to you before, say, hey, I'm from Hold My Pen, because I get like no joke, like 30 like buy my AI art bots every day that I have to like talk to and be like, hey, scammer, how's it going? Just let me know who you are first. Anyway, the wheel, we spin, we read, we have a good time.
I'm also available for fashion advice and
yes, she's a stylist. Apparently, we've got an echo,
for who?
and it's when Styx talks.
Also
Okay,
Cash.
hold on. I've
got that muted.
Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay. It started with the wheel pop-up. Okay. That helps us narrow down.
Testing. Testing. Okay, so it's not the wheel input. Cash, they're asking you to test your mic.
Hello. Can you hear me? Echo.
Okay, sounds like we're good.
Great. But here's the problem. I can't hear my co-hosts. So one more testing. So again.
Testing.
Hello.
Well, because desktop audio is on. No, Bitzer, we don't need to hit it with a hammer.
I promise that's
Okay.
not the answer. Thing.
Which is very weird because it wasn't doing that until I brought up the spinner, which is in another browser window. See, and it doesn't normally do that. Just on the spinner and the alerts. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Do we have any echo now? Of course, I'm not the one echoing. The two of you are.
Hello.
Group.
Echo? Is there an echo on me?
Okay, there is not.
What about me?
Yes.
So when you guys use the redeemables, let us know if you can hear the sounds that come with the redeemables or not with this current setup. And number two, if you hear the spinny spin of the wheel. Okay?
Emotional damage.
Oh my God. So 4 of them decide to frickin' throw us redeemables. You can hear it? You can hear those. Fantastic. Gorgeous. That's all I care about. At least we know it works. Fantastic. Now we just got to see if the spinny wheel works. And we are going to do that right now with our first submission.
Great googly moogly. I'm messing with this green screen. Let's go.
Julie! Okay, no spinny wheel sounds. That's unfortunate.
I think they'll take the lack of spinning wheel sounds over having to hear me twice.
Absolutely. For whatever reason, everything is coming through the spinner browser thing. So, whatever. It's fine. Gwenchana. Okay. Julie, the Fisher, who is currently not here. Yes, I know, but the stim. Here we go. The cold, hollow wind whipped through the bare trees as the sky opened up for the second time that morning. Fat, icy drops grounding what the nearly 24 mourners could not. Her eyes trained on the 2 onyx caskets laid side by side through thick mirrored shades. A leather jacket, 3 sizes too big, hung from a frame that once exuded power and now was lucky to be holding her upright. As umbrellas appeared to become the shield against the weeping sky, no one moved toward her. It didn't matter. She had been an afterthought to most of these people her entire life. Therefore, No one noticed when she gathered the leather closer to her body, the one item she had refused to part with since the troopers showed up at her door. They didn't notice the worn knuckle gloves covering the bruised, scarred skin of hands that punched through drywall and shattered glass, or the fact her waist-length blonde hair was now 3 feet shorter with an undercut that made her look more like a Viking than the good little church mouse of 3 weeks prior. The only irony to the grim events playing before her eyes was simply who laid to rest in those expensive boxes, along with the version of herself that was being buried with them. One was the man that had gotten on his knees and begged her to be his wife. The other was the woman she had trusted with her life. Both died with a secret between them. None of the mourners standing at their graveside knew, but she knew. "May they rest in the garden of our Lord," the priest finally said after droning on for nearly an hour in the rain. As the caskets lowered into the concrete vault, she was the first to step forward, placing one white rose on each of the lids. She didn't utter goodbyes, see you laters, or I will always love yous. She merely squared her shoulders and walked through the crowd that split like the Red Sea. No one stopped her, questioned her silence, or the radical change in appearance and behavior. They all had assumed the same thing everyone else had. She was grieving, and grief does strange things to women who just lost their best friend and fiancé in the same tragic accident. It does even stranger things when the woman in question had found out, days before the funeral, why. Caden and Penny were sleeping together. And on the night in question, Penny had finally drummed up enough courage to tell Caden she was pregnant. The two were on their way to her to explain before the rumor mill had a chance to outrun them, when a semi lost control and jackknifed. Caden's truck was thrown into the guardrail and had flipped 6 times. Neither made it out, according to the state trooper. As she was both their next of kin, she had to be the one notified every step of the way, and what she found out hardened her. Penny had told her she was hooked up with a guy in a relationship. While she didn't approve, there was honestly nothing she could do about the situation, but be there for her when things inevitably fell apart. That was Penny's pattern. Get with a man that was physically or emotionally unavailable, and within a few weeks, she would be crying on her couch, begging to understand why this kept happening to her. But this time was different. Penny believed he was the one. From the way Penny told it, while helping her with wedding planning, dude was just figuring out how to let the other woman down gently. She had even been the first person Penny told when she suspected that she was pregnant, which led to 10 pregnancy tests, all coming out positive, and a pep talk for courage to tell the father. But nowhere in their 2 decades of friendship would she ever believe what was now physical proof of their betrayal. Lena Blake, a man in a full-length, worn black leather duster and cowboy hat, pulled her from her thoughts, blocking her way to the parking lot. Depends on who's asking. Her voice came out sharp and hoarse, more from a lack of use than emotions that seemed to be eating her alive. Oh, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? Mateo Saxon. He stuck out his hand to greet her. I was Caden Hudson's best friend and attorney. I'm very sorry for your loss. Elena cautiously took his hand. Thank you. My condolences as well. I don't believe Caden ever told me about you. But then again, I'm finding out he didn't tell me a lot of things. She tried to keep her voice even, but the icy bite was a little harder to control. Caden liked to keep things compartmentalized. That's just a polite way of saying he didn't trust anyone to have the whole story. Probably kept less people from comparing notes, Mr. Saxon. Mateo let a smile play at the corner of his lips for just a moment. I think that's pretty accurate given the circumstances. The only reason circumstances aren't different is because I'm a decent person, Elena muttered under her breath.
Not an internet outage because your camera's still coming through on the back end fine. And we're back. No audio from you.
I can't get the stream up on my screen.
Okay, I had muted.
You're also on your headset mic again.
America.
Hey, can you hear me now?
The sweet dulcet tones of the correct microphone.
Okay, there we go. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Even the stream died. Do we need a third casket? Jeff's kiss burn.
Oh, nope, I'm shutting up. Go ahead, continue.
Yep, shut up. The only reason circumstances aren't different is because I'm a decent person, Elena muttered under her breath. Either way, what can I do for you, Mr. Saxon? Elena's agitation was no longer becoming something she could control as he stood there, blocking her way from escape. Oh, yes, we are doing the will reading tomorrow, if that is agreeable with you. What will? I didn't even know there was a will. Hell, I didn't know Caden had anything to have a will. Elena's numb fingers gripped the cuff of her leather jacket. I see. Understanding bloomed in his eyes, but Elena couldn't fathom why. Caden left very clear instructions, all of which were to go off your timeline. If you have a moment to speak about this in private. Mateo trailed off when Elena removed her glasses to reveal her red-rimmed eyes and something much more hostile and barely contained. I don't know what he did or didn't tell you about me. Elena's jaw was tight, and she had to force words through gritted teeth. I don't want anything but the death certificate to get his damn creditors off my back. Maybe to get some of the deposits back on the arrangements for a wedding that was never going to happen. Other than that, I have no interest in what that bastard left behind. Elena had thought hard about the man she had been in love with, and stood by for 7 years. The man she spent double shifts working beside to pay for a life that was apparently a lie. And the more she had heard people talk about him and Penny in the days that led up to the funeral, the more she knew not one damn thing computed into the version everyone but her knew. They had met in a 9-month welding program in Colorado. Elena was one of 4 women and Caden was one of 17 men. They didn't click right away. If anything, the two hated each other. His view of misogyny was women had no place in the welding world, and her mission was to see his arrogant ass fall on his face. But when Elena ended up with pneumonia in the dead of winter, Caden was the one to turn up on her doorstep, bringing soup and cold meds. He was also the only one to help her catch up on classwork after she returned. After that, the two kind of gravitated toward toward each other until they just were. No asking, only assumptions. Until the day he dropped to his knees after a particularly bad fight that had Elena ready to walk out and begged her to marry him. I can't really discuss it here, but if you have somewhere nearby, or you can take my business card. Mr. Saxon patted his coat before finding what he was looking for and handed it over. My cell number is on there. We can set up a time for all parties to sit down. Elena looked down at the card and something immediately sent her hackles up. You said you were Caden's best friend, right? Yes, ma'am. He looked at her with curiosity starting to bloom. Then, where was he from? When was his birthday? What was he allergic to? Her voice went from soft to almost a shriek, rattling off questions, but had no idea what set off the composure other than a New Mexico address. Ms. Blake, he was quickly cut off. Answer me! Her chest was heaving as she fought the tears, understanding there was a group of mourners that were more than a little interested in the now screaming woman. Holding his hands up in surrender, Mateo let out a heavy sigh. Originally Burbank, California, but spent the vast majority in New Mexico with his aunt and uncle. June 21st, 1996 was his birthday. And the only thing that man was ever allergic to was commitment, unless it served a purpose. Damn. Elena felt her knees give way. Everything that man ever told her was a lie, and this was how she was finding out. Well, everything but his birthday. That was the one thing Caden had ever been honest about. Elena! Mateo grabbed her around the waist, keeping her upright as lightning streaked across the sky. Come on, breathe. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Yes, Sticks! You doing this on the screen is distracting me!
Excuses. Keep reading.
Come on, breathe. It's okay. It's going to be okay, he repeated, helping her to his car instead of the one she arrived at the cemetery in. What are you doing? Was all Elena could manage to get out as she was placed into the back of the blacked-out SUV. You are in no condition to try and get yourself home without potentially getting yourself killed. I'll make sure you get home safely. Mateo closed the door and walked around the car, climbing into the driving seat. You don't have to do this. Elena croaked as the tears she had kept at bay for nearly a week fell like Niagara Falls. I just watched my best friend get buried, and his widow find out things no woman should on the worst day of her life. I think I'm morally obligated to do something. Mateo's hands gripped the steering wheel as he pulled down the narrow path to exit the cemetery. There is no obligation to be nice to me, Mr. Saxon. Elena wiped her eyes with the back of her gloved hand. Mateo, please. And yes, there is. Unfortunately, and I'm not proud of this fact, but I've been cleaning up Caden's messes since we were teens. Nothing to this degree, but yeah, kind of came with the territory, he explained as Elena watched him pull into the Wyoming traffic. So, are you from around here? What? What kind of question is that? Elena sat perplexed, staring at the back of Mateo's head. An honest one? I know what Caden told me about you and some girl named Penelope, which I haven't been able to locate yet. A humorless laugh escaped her throat before she could muffle it. Penny Green? Yeah, you know her? You could say that. She was the other casket. Beg your pardon? Mateo looked in the rearview mirror. You didn't think to ask who was being buried next to your dear best friend? One large funeral and 2 caskets? I thought one of them was a dummy casket, you know, to make sure the plot was big enough. Mateo rambled, trying to explain away the shock in his voice. Nope. It was cheaper to bury them together. Penny had no family, and Caden told me a long time ago he didn't either. So I took the plot left to me by my grandparents and laid them to rest. Elena's sobbing had subsided, but the shaking had not. Which begs the question, how did you know he was dead? They found my card in his wallet after they called you. By the time I got here, all the arrangements had been made and everything had been handled. So that put you in to lawyer mode? Elena was doing everything in her power to not throw up from Mateo's erratic driving. Bingo, Mateo said, crossing 3 lanes of traffic to make the exit. At least his family won't have to figure out how to transport his body back. They won't be upset that he's buried here instead of wherever they are? No. Actually, his brother will be thrilled. Caden was kind of the golden child, and it's taken nearly a decade for Jasper to get out of his brother's shadow. He said with such casualness, Elena began to question how best of best friends they were. Don't get me wrong. The family is going to be broken up about his passing, but he's been MIA for 8 years. His parents have been waiting on this call for a long time. Dun dun dun, and Julie's got some motherfucking explaining to do. Oh my.
Did she yell so loud she muted herself without muting herself, or what happened there? You cut out. Yeah, I know you're pissed off.
No, I said on purpose.
We have our first mic mute of the night.
Julie? I just want to talk. Just want to talk. Nice little chat.
You guys just watched the massacre of a K-pop group.
I think she killed her mic. And you're muted. You got double muted.
What the fuck?
Okay,
Jesus!
you're back.
Helenic's up next.
I don't know if anybody's volunteered because my eardrums don't work, but I'll read it since I don't need to hear to read text on screen. Okay, here we go. Our next submission coming in from Hellenic 100 Dragons. I really like these voice notes. I'm probably not going to nail them, but I will do my absolute best. I always appreciate the voice notes, though. So, Mayor Greer was serious about sending you away, huh? Orosio Physic looked up from his mug of mulled wine. It was Verniclay, the local school teacher who'd posed the question, disapproval thick in her voice, though strange to say. Orosio didn't think it was directed at him. Yes, well, I could maybe have begged to stay, but it seemed like the right time to leave. A girl on the other side of the table leaned forward. But where will you go? Ari blinked, sure he was imagining the worry and dismay he'd heard in the question, but looking around at the dozen or so faces turned his way in the light of the cook fire. Goddess, when did there get to be so many? He saw concern reflected in almost all their faces. Dizzied by their strange reactions, he answered simply, To chance. Concern bubbled into surprise and wonder. Questions and comments peppered him in quick succession. Did you say chance? All that way? The big city, huh? That's a month's voyage by ship. What are you going to do in chance? Orosio tried to hide his grin behind the rim of his mug, but spoke clearly. I'm going to study magic at the university. Oh, is that why? That voice, Orosio recognized. He looked in the direction he'd been avoiding for several minutes now, into Jake's unpleasant leer. Yes, Orosio replied brittly. Why else would I be going? Jake flicked a glance at Volzek. The incubus sat to Orosio's left, drinking from a tall stein as he blended into the background. Oh, well, mute my mic and it doesn't work. Fuck me. Anyway, Jake shrugged. They say the world's best horrors live in chance. Thought maybe you decided to put that pretty face to use. The crowd held their breath. Everyone knew that Orosio had a temper and that Jake had bullied him off and on since they were boys. It would be just like him to spoil things now, just as the town recluse was coming out of his shell. But against all odds, Ari calmly bit back. So what if I do? You couldn't afford me anyway. Instant uproar. Women hooted, men guffawed, girls giggled, and boys snickered gleefully. Everyone stared at Jake, whose crooked smirk crept still higher. Oh, yeah? What's your price? Attention swiveled back to Orosio. The young witch raked green eyes up and down Jake's rangy body, the loose homespun that flapped about his bony hips. 100 lung, he proclaimed to a brief chorus of whistles and woes. Jake let out a whistle of his own. Dang, Fizzy, that's more than a month's pay. You're one pricey lady. But Orosio was in such a good mood, not even Jake's lady comment could throw him off stride. I lost my spot. Why did it randomly scroll up on me? Ah, there we go. But Orosio was in such a good mood, not even Jake's lady comment would throw him off stride. I did say I was too much for you. Inspiration struck just then, and he leaned archly back in his chair, crossing his legs. But by all means, come back when you've got your dragons together, provided I'm still in town. Jake's black eyes glittered. I'll hold you to it, Fizzy, he purred before sauntering away. More than a few villagers clapped or cheered approval for the witch's fire, but what warmed Ari most was when Volzek, who'd been so quiet up to then, squeezed his shoulder and hummed warmly in his ear. That was very well handled. I'm proud of you. After that, though, Volzek encouraged him to slow down and drink some water to avoid a hangover in the morning. Orosio agreed, partly because Volzek had suggested it, and partly because he hated hangovers more than he liked the taste of alcohol. Moreover, He didn't want to go embarrassing himself so soon after he'd impressed everyone. There was an anxious moment when he worried that his tiny store of small talk would dry up along with his cups. But as news of his departure spread around the frozen lake, a steady stream of villagers came over with questions and well wishes. How soon are you leaving? How are you getting to Chance, by land or by sea? Do you have enough clothes for the journey? Does your father have family out that way? They'll probably let you stay with them if you send a letter ahead. And as his head began to clear, Erosio had time to marvel at how friendly everyone had become. Girls who used to grimace and run away when they caught sight of him now came forward to hug him. One said, Watch out for yourself in the city. A handsome face like yours is sure to attract evil girls. Don't let them swindle you. I thought you always said I was ugly, Erosio observed, laughing. She just shrugged. Well, you were an ugly boy. Now you're a handsome man. I'd fancy you if I didn't know you. Schuyler, who had visited Chance once upon a time, assured him that the red light district was well worth seeing, but to keep to the north side as much as possible. Everything gets much seedier the further you get from the university's gates. If you ever find yourself at the south wall, run. Naturally, Randall cornered him at the dessert table to pontificate in his most fatherly tone. Remember, the city's got guards, constables, and paladins. Don't go trying any of your forbidden magics out there. Erosio managed not to roll his eyes at Randall's continued misuse of arcane terminology. Don't worry. My first stop's going to be the local magic bureau. They'll be able to write me a permit for any restricted spells I might need. Randall squinted at him, but nodded sagely and moved along. At some point, Erosio moved over to the bonfire and sat on one of the wooden benches, which was pleasantly warm from the blaze. Volzik crouched a few paces closer to the fire, closer than a human could have endured. Within a minute, Ari was joined by Old Man Morins, the 95-year-old village elder. He held his walking stick square between his feet and fixed Erosio with a determined look. I've got something to say to you, young man. Oh, Erosio said politely, but with every muscle clenched. Old man Morins used to always cluck disapprovingly at him and call him skinny when he walked by with his mother. Now the elder gripped him by the shoulder and said, slow and clear, Erosio, I think you're doing a brave thing, setting out to study in the big city. This life will suit you. Your daddy would be proud. Just like that, he was glad he'd spent the last hour sobering up. If he'd still been in his cups, he might have broken down in tears. As it was, his throat felt choked with emotion. He was still thinking of a way to thank Old Man Morins when something heavy and metallic thudded onto the bench beside him and made him jump. What? What? He looked at the thing that had made the noise. A lumpy leather sack about the size of a melon. That enough for you? Asked Jake, for it was he who'd thrown down the bag. What's more, he'd brought a posse along. Don't forget the other one, Cousin Rachel twittered and bent around Jake to lob another sack of equaling size beside the first one. On Erosio's other side, Old Man Morins began to cackle, stamping his feet with impish glee. What is this? Ari goggled. Jake waved a hand. Go ahead, count it up. Make sure I didn't short you. Dizzily, Erosio reached for one of the bags and fumbled the strings open. Inside, clusters of silver coins shone redly in the light of the bonfire, making the serpentine dragons on their faces glow like salamanders. He reached inside and pulled out a handful of silver. There were more dragons here than he'd ever seen in one place. With Volzek's help, Erosio counted up the riches. He was glad for the help, as the demon's fingers moved with preternatural speed, and there were more than a dozen smugly grinning villagers waiting to see his reaction. 304, 305, 303, 304, and 305. 305 lung, the incubus breezed. He tipped the last of the coins into the bag, tied it off, and wiped his palms before giving Erosio a cheesy grin. Not bad for a night's work. Erosio blushed and shook his head. I don't understand. Why is... He trailed off. Jake started to open his mouth, but Aunt Jesha stepped forward, grinning slyly with hands on her hips. Well, when we heard about Jake here, he was trying to scrounge together 100 lung to pull you into bed. We said to ourselves, 100 dragons would sure be useful on the road, but that won't go far to set him up in a fancy city like Chance, so we all threw in a little extra. Rachel poked her face in between Jesha's hip and her elbow. Uncle Maury donated the most, actually. Rocio turned his astonished gaze on Old Man Morins, who tapped his walking stick against the boy's chest. Everyone knows it's dreadful bad luck to still be a virgin at 16. You're 2 years overdue. We don't want to carry bad luck on the road, do you? Ari guffawed. It was the first time he'd heard an adult cite that ridiculous superstition. Then his lips twitched as a more important thought occurred to him. He gestured toward Volzek. Only, but I'm not... But then a number of people pointedly shook their heads at him, and he closed his mouth. Some things Grandpa's better off not knowing. All right. The suspense is killing me. Jake pushed his way into the foreground again, taking up most of Erosio's field of view. Is it enough? Can I bed you now? Oh, excuse me. Can I take you to bed now? Same thing, different words. Anyway, Erosio's lips twitched again, and he scanned Jake up and down for the second time that night. He couldn't help thinking that, while not ugly exactly, Jake was maybe the only young man in the village who could match him for boniness, to say nothing of personal history. I'm sorry, why that word, of all the options? Continuing on. Something of his thoughts must have shown on his face, because Jake suddenly had a hurt expression and groaned. Shit, Fizzy, I got you the money. What more do you want from me? You want me to get on my knees and beg, after I already begged half the damn village? A number of responses fought and jostled each other inside Rocio's mouth. But Jake didn't wait for any of them. In the sight of heaven, Volzek, and a score of bystanders, Jake got to his knees, right there on the ice. He held Erosio's calf in one hand and rested the other upon his knee, all without taking his eyes off Ari's. Erosio, Jake hummed loud and clear, yet gentle as a prayer. I know I ain't always treated you right, and I'm sorry. You're too good for me. I know that. But the truth is, I think about you more'n you'd believe, and I wish I'd done better by you these last couple of years. He pulled himself still closer, till he had Ari's knee pressed against his belly. I know I'm too late to make it up to you, but if you'll have me, I want to give you at least one good memory of me to take with you. Erosio sat in dumb silence for a long second, feeling like he hardly recognized the man before him. Nobody seemed to be acting themselves that night, himself included. But this? As though he sensed Ari's disorientation, Jake gave him a hint of his usual roguish smirk and lifted himself just high enough to whisper something for his ears alone. And if you do end up becoming a world-famous whore, I'll get to say I was your first customer. Ari laughed out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and put a hand to his mouth. Who knew being called a whore could be so flattering? He looked up at the entourage, who were all holding their breath at once. Aunt Jesha, in particular, looked fit to burst. He looked at Volzek, but the incubus just shrugged his shoulders and stared back placidly. What do you want me to say? Finally, he looked down at the man holding his leg, hungering for him with eyes dark as loam. Where did the part of him go that always cringed at the sight of Jake? What spell was this that could so quickly banish loathing and replace it with fondness. That much? Orosio asked. Jake's fingers tightened. So much it burns. Ari laughed, even though nothing was funny. So this is what giddiness felt like. He met Jake's stare and, fighting to hold down the bubbles, said simply, "Take me home." Dun dun dun.
That's called pushing it right up to the line, I think. It's really good.
I think we've definitely had some closer to the line than that. I mean, there was one word in there that I hesitated like 0.02 seconds on saying, and then I was like, fuck it, I've heard worse on Twitch. So
Fair.
And
number
yes, Doc has a
19
point. Number 19 has pushed it
Cash.
Yeah,
all the
that's
way
true.
up.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes, Izzy has moved to drinking straight from the bottle.
And the room is almost gone.
Thank you for that wonderful submission.
Yeah, I heard the word placidly and my brain tripped up and heard a different word for a second.
There were so
I-
many instances in there where I was just like,
Okay, I'm not the only one who did good.
I considered typing it in the chat. I figured I would behave. And Jeffrey said, "Nope, fuck that," and wrote it. Yes, completely said what we all thought.
placidly or flaccidly, boniness of all the things you could have chosen there, the fact that he had multiple things fighting for space in his mouth at once. There was a lot of choices were made.
Choices were made. Oh, I'm gonna need another bottle of this.
Remember, you said you didn't like it as much until you were already drunk, so don't get another bottle of it.
Oh, I didn't even mix the first glass. In fairness, okay, to quote Hellenic, in fairness, only the things fighting in his mouth was intended as any sort of innuendo. And yet, it is chock full. Please notice I said the word chock full.
More full than Erosio's about to be.
Ah, yes. And I can't make this shit up. I thought I had a dirty ass motherfucking mind from hanging out in the garage with all the dudes while their bitch ass girlfriends were in the fucking house playing makeup. But no, I ain't got nothing on y'all.
Julie has redeemed a thing. Here is my water I present to you as evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm high. I'm hydrating or hydrate or die straight.
Spinach.
I about to say you're going more for the dihydrate part.
Giggity.
No. Hydrate or die straight.
Is that what it is?
No. Anybody here or in chat. So
exactly. So hydrate, bitches, or you're gonna die as a straight person.
Gotcha.
C.M. Weller.
Okay, I'm not going to read this one, but I want to read the note.
Okay.
Because there's a request to read the note in a specific voice, and I want to take a crack at it. 5 random and unrelated works in progress.
They did that. Yeah, they did that.
Luna, I'd be scared if you did.
By the way, Allie, we don't have the clip command here. You actually have to, like, click on the thing.
Yes, sorry.
She's spoiled. She's spoiled, and she can just type clip, and it does it for her.
Eventually, we will get to the point where people can put commands in there, but we're just happy that the goddamn thing works half the time, and we have redemptions, and we can have multiple people up here. But I gotta say, baby steps. But I also gotta say, I am very happy that after what I want to say 14, 15 months of affiliate, we are at this particular spot in our journey. And this has been done all organically. We have not needed to buy, bribe, do anything to get to this point. And we've been slowly, we don't want to grow fast just simply because we couldn't keep up. That's what she said. So the whole point of it is that we're doing this organically, and eventually we will get to that point and meeting more streamers like yourself who can give us tips and tricks and go, oh, hey, this is what you got to do, who know the systems. Great. Awesome. The fact that Styx and I can sit in a breakout room and troubleshoot technology shit together is fantastic and amazing because he has a better background in Twitch than I do. And so we're just, I mean, hell, he built the BBC in my room.
Apparently, my BBC made her melt.
Okay. Is it? Hold up 2 fingers if you're still breathing. Okay, thank you. Just had to make sure. So I guess
I guess you're reading this one, Cash.
I'm reading this one, yeah. All right, let me get this open. All right. What they never tell you about demons is they're boring. It's amazing how fast sin gets dull and torture is just another day ending in Y. Hell is even worse. Even though you'd think flames of torment would hurt forever, even pain gets dull. Most of the souls in hell are screaming just for something to do. I'm certain of it. I'm Marindel. Mary for short. I'm supposed to be a succubus and torture people with sex. Yeah, that gets old too. 1,000 years of humdrum hatred and torturing and utter sultrifying, bland, bottom tier boring. It's no wonder that I took the first chance I got to go to the mortal realm. I heard things get varied up there. All I needed was some blood spilled upon my sigil, which took forever. Okay, not forever, forever. It was actually like 800 years. I was seriously bored as hell of hell after like 200 years of it. It had to happen sooner or later. The mortals topside make accidental signals all the time. They're patterns and could look interesting if they're part of a logo. The rest of it was down to pure dumb luck. My time had come at last. I felt the call of the blood and kissed hell goodbye. I let my bloody body mold itself according to my summoner's physical desires and felt nothing change. All that altered was the transformation into a human form. The horns, tail, and wings were edited out. The skin tone was changed to human average, so some variant of brown. As for clothing, the only vibe I got was, yes, please. So my default was something form-fitting and pretty. I spawned in a kitchen, a pretty big kitchen, like practically industrial type kitchen. There were sacks of stuff and racks of eggs, bowls big enough to bathe in, and a guy in an apron bandaging his hand after an accident that made him bleed on a stunningly enormous sack of flour. Tall,
Hello, darling.
handsome, stacked like a brick smokehouse, muscular, but not the roided out muscles of a gym rat, but the kind of muscle that did a lot of work. And then he smiled at me. Let me tell you, as an experienced succubus, I'm used to people smiling at me. All of them with lust in their minds. They all looked at me like they wanted me to be already having sex with them. I've never had anyone smile at me like they were pleased that I existed. Please tell me you're here about the job, he said. I was summoned? I managed, slightly confused. The flour sack and the summoning blood drew all of my attention. This was a true accident. He didn't know what he'd done. What you desire, I can create. Weird way of putting it, but you'll have to run the counter without a proper uniform today. I have a staff badge somewhere. You can't be back here without a hairnet and closed-toe footwear. Although, given the weight of some things here, I can recommend steel-toed boots. So, no strappy sandals or nail polish on my toes. This was shockingly sensible and covered so much. I was honestly not used to wearing anything more than a few tiny strips of infernal fabric and a false smile. Not that many looked up that far. That was the first time I blushed that I wasn't a performance. I panicked and said, okay? And I admit I drooled a little as I watched him put his things in order. It's still early enough. I have time to teach you how the checkout works. Okay? I bleated. I could work with this. I could get him wrapped around me as he showed me the ropes. Once he got a good nose full of my succubus pheromones, I'd have all of him in his proper place, and I'd experience all of genuinely human ingenuity, and maybe some pleasure from it too. Despite my plans, he was respectful and careful not to wrap his arms around me or get close and cozy. And if you need me to schedule your shifts around your school hours, just let me know, he finished. School? I echoed. Never went to a school? He risked. Not what mortals would call an education. Demons manifest knowing everything they need to know, ready for the job. This man's sympathetic gaze forced honesty out of me. I shook my head. Ah, he said. and now his gaze roamed up and down my body. I did my utmost to look alluring, hide my confusion about the lack of lust in his dark eyes. Leaving a bad place? He guessed. You could say that. It was literally hell after all. I nodded. It's okay. Anytime you don't feel safe, take a break into the kitchen and I'll take over as quick as I can. If it's anyone looking to drag you back, it's okay to let me know. They have no power over you anymore. You're free to make your own decisions and find your own way. I will help you however I can. Have you had anything to eat today? It was close to the middle of the morning, and I hadn't eaten anything since a priest's passion last week. I had to shake my head. He gave me a slice of cake and hot chocolate. He made me sit in the restaurant and eat real human food while he made a couple of calls. The first was someone named Sis. I'd never tasted mortal fare before today. The cake was triangular, deep brown, and had a layer of white and red in the middle. There was a little wooden fork to eat it with. I hoped I looked like I knew how to use them when I pressed a mouthful off the point. He kept looking at me. I had to eat. I'm way too used to, let's call them bodily fluids. I'd never had anything like that cake before. Sweet, rich, flavorful, creamy. I didn't have to chew because it melted in my mouth. The mortals say that if they've been really horrible, they get a glimpse of heaven before they're sent to hell. This cake was like that. The hot chocolate was even better. It warmed me in a way that the flames of hell never could. Hellfire burns your bones and boils your skull. This just filled me with an unfamiliar sensation. I'd learn the word for later. Comfort. All I knew in the moment was that it was so much more interesting than anything in hell. His second call was to someone called Tanza, explaining that he had freed nestling in his shop that needed a birdhouse. This place was so clean, I didn't see any birds or sign of birds. And then again, I was more invested in the cake and hot chocolate. I flinched at the ringing of the bell over the door. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets their wings. Another one of the enemy out and about and ready to smite evil. By the way, every time someone honks their horn just after the light turns green, a demon gets their horns. So I really should not have been worried about that bell. Nevertheless, it grates. The newcomer was a woman, maybe 5 years older than the guy. You're letting the closed sign do a lot of heavy lifting, hun. Minute, the guy called from the back. He came out with a dusting of flour over him and rubbing a cloth over his hands. That was quick. Did you get your coffee? I have the chocolate-coated coffee beans. I'm fine. She looked my way. Again, not an atom of desire. Oh, shit. She can't be older than 12. What? Were these people not my usual targets? So why didn't my body manifest to look older than a tween? For my paperwork, she's 16 and baby-faced, countered my guy. She needs a hand up. Do we have any names? Oh, shoot, muttered the guy. He trotted over to me. I've been horrible. Hi, I'm Hunter Smith. This is my sister, Ruby. And you are, I said, Marindel? I like Mary, though. Mary's good, said Ruby. Is there a last name you'd like? Not, do you have a last name? These people were doing something I was so unfamiliar with. Good. I could feel it in their auras. I shrugged. How do you like Jones? Suggested Hunter. I could only shrug again. Call me Mary Jones, I guess. Ruby asked me some questions, and Hunter gave me a little samples to taste test. Everything he gave me was better than anything I'd ever known. And then I got an apron, a hairnet, and a staff badge so I could work for that day. I didn't see when Ruby left because I was up to my neck in an entirely different kind of service with a smile. A lot of people put pieces of paper into the tip jar. One of them leered at me in a familiar way and told me it was a pity I was working there. He also said there was a dance club he'd love to see me at and mumbled something about seeing things on the floor. I didn't hear all of it because a woman with kids bellowed at him. "She's 16, you creep! Get out of here before I call the cops on you." Darn it. I could have done a real good punishment fitting the crime on him. Creeps are my favorite meal, or they were before I discovered eclairs. Anyway, I got through my first day of work with an overflowing tip jar and a care package from Ruby when she returned to the bakery. Since I didn't have anything related to the right paperwork, Hunter paid me in cash, and Ruby took me to meet this Tonza fellow, who was an old nerd threatening to become a centenarian. His spirit may be willing, but the flesh gave up on adventure some decades ago. Darn it. Girl just couldn't catch a break in the mortal world. It was his cooing, "Aw, baby bird," that made me realize that I was the nestling in need of a birdhouse. It was all code. Hunter, Ruby, and Tonza all worked with troubled runaways. One of the things they did was help the kids who wanted to stay running away to do that. They could sense someone who had a problematic family situation from a standing start. Me? I was really literally raised in hell. Of course I gave those vibes. My birdhouse was a tiny little apartment that had the bed fold down from the wall. There was just enough room for a sink, a mini fridge, and a toaster oven. People in the area shared bathroom down the hall, which had a schedule by apartment number. There was a public restroom larger than my apartment on the same floor and a loud as fuck floorboards in the hall. The entire place smelled of exhaustion, so no action here either.
Tanza was eager to leave me to it.
The entire place smelled of exhaustion, so no action here either. Tanza was eager to lead me to it and promised a working television as soon as he could find one spare. Ruby's care package had some shelf stable food stuff, some clothes that could easily fit, and sensible underwear. Scandalous. I had to try them on immediately. There was no curtain on the window, and I am not the type to care. If anyone looks, I like that energy. Like I said, creeps are an easy meal for me. The panties covered so much of my butt. The bralette hid so much of my chest. They had pandas on them, and I just had to check out every angle in the tiny mirror on the door. The pajamas were long and flannel and completely unflattering. They had big smiling daisies on them. I looked like an actual mortal kid. I felt like an actual mortal kid. I giggled. This was the furthest thing from sexy I had ever been. It was the polar opposite of lingerie. There was nothing like this for succubi in hell. There was a uniform for Hunter's Bakery in the box. Long, loose pants with pockets, a button up shirt that fastened either way too low for immortal comfort or way too high for my hell spawned sensibilities. And there was a cloth dolly in the bottom, skin tone like mine, and a dress a lot like the one I'd manifested in. I'd glimpsed some of this in my knowledge about mortals. This was a therapy doll. Show me where the bad man touched you, sweetheart. At least, the dolly was not anatomically correct. Oh, my bitter weeping Satan. I'd been summoned by a do-gooder who had a network of do-gooders who were all determined to save me. I was born damned. Hunter and his helpful friends could not save me. Not how they thought they could. I didn't have a life to live. I had a summoner to corrupt and lure into my home. I could take my time at that. I could take a lot of time at that. But I also couldn't take the rest of Hunter's life, because if I failed, there's worse things than boredom in hell. There's worse things than pain, like getting completely dissolved out of existence as Satan himself chews up a failure to make a new demon out of the starting elements. I don't want that at all. What I want is to climb Hunter like the freaking... It dropped again, didn't it? Oh, no.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Start that line over again. Oh my fucking god. Bitzer, we gonna talk.
Which one?
The, the one right before you stopped and said, "Oh, did we die?"
I want to... what I want is to climb Hunter like the freaking Matterhorn, jump his bones like it's a hopscotch competition.
That one! Oh my god, Bitzer!
But I guess I gotta grow up first. He sees me as a kid. His strongest feeling to me is parental, as in a genuinely caring parent, not the sort that I got to torment back home. Most of all, though, I want more cake. Dun, dun, dun.
Go ahead, Izzy. I'll let you rant first.
I just want to bring to everyone's attention Luna's comment. So, y'all just ran with the spicy part of too hot to handle, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why we have an influx of horny demons tonight? Because like I'm seeing quite an increase in the horny demon content week after week.
That was fun to read. Chimera Remus, welcome to the stream.
Yeah.
It,
All right. Well, Shy, tell your lovely fiance that if he wants to spend the rest of his life with you, he's stuck with us. Just
It's
saying.
true.
It's true. Holy shit, Bitzer, yet again. I want to just say, right? There are so many people who say that they are multi-genre authors. So many people say it. And it is true. It is true. There are a lot of us that do fantasy, we do romance, we do thriller, we do all these different things. But I want to make note that one C.M. Weller, Bitzer, our beloved internetter, not only is multi-genre, but goes so far as to have a different writing voice for every different story. And it is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen out of any author I've ever read. Why Bitzer has not been picked up with all of the different query letters they have put out, and the fact that hey, publishers, whether you're traditional or indie or whatever, I don't fucking care. Publish C.M. Weller. Please, I am telling you, there is a voice within them for every reader. Shit you not. Okay. Moving on
You were
to the
gonna
next.
say Sticks?
Yes.
You were gonna
Were
say
you going to say
something?
something?
Nope. I just had to step away and I came back and I was like, hey, I'm back. I did too much hydrating or dehydrating, so I'm here.
Luna. What did you miss? What did you miss, Julie? What did you miss, Julie? You want to know what you've motherfucking missed?
I can summarize for you. Horny demons.
Yes, you missed horny demons. Lots of horny demons. And me muting and yelling my fucking lungs out at you. That's what you missed. Okay,
And-
horny demons, corny demons, horny demons. It's all the same thing.
And you missed probably 2026's best off-screen cackle session. So Luna.
I had to ask for second life, Julie. That's how fantastic it was.
Luna, did you say you said anybody else can read it because Julie's not available? Yes, please. All right. Here I go.
Oh, okay.
Voss.
The trigger content warning.
Why do I always get these? What? No, seriously. Why? Okay, I know Luna didn't specifically ask me to read this one, but like every time someone asks me to read one, it's always got these trigger warnings, and then I suddenly volunteer and it's got, okay, listen, folks, we don't condone these things, especially not me, okay? Anyway.
We don't condone these things, but at the same time, let me just say this right here. After spending last weekend, me, Julie, Cash, and Sticks, okay, we all know that although Sticks is an asshole when he chooses to be, he's our asshole and the greenest of motherfucking flags. So it is also perhaps the universe's way of helping us all heal because we trust Styx and we trust Styx's voice. And so if these things have these kinds of trigger warnings, it's almost but again, still protect your own mental health. If you need to step away, if you need to mute when things get hard, please do that. But it's almost like, oh, he's going to kill me for this. Uncle Styx is helping us become okay again.
Okay, that one I'm okay with. I thought you were gonna throw out the other one, and I was gonna be like, nope, and that's how I leave. Nope. All right, here we go. Trigger warnings, everybody. This one is heavy with domestic violence, allusion to sexual assault, blood, and stalking, which some of y'all are into. Don't deny it. That last one, at least. I have looked at the best-selling read top, tropes. Look in a mirror. Anyway. Rhodesia's body ached from working her 12-hour shift. She thought of nothing more than grabbing a quick bite, a shower, and passing out for the next 8 hours. If she could sleep that long. Rubbing the tension from her neck, she finally made it to the door of her small apartment. She froze. Tacked to the jamb was a letter with her name in bold script, one that was all too familiar. Her throat dried. Thoughts of anything else dripped away as her eyes locked on the envelope. Rhodesia's hands trembled violently while she ripped the note free and somehow managed to force her shaking body into the apartment. She slid the deadbolt into place and flicked on the overhead light. Slowly, she opened the envelope. You're not good enough to be where I don't allow you. The keys clattered to the floor. No. Rhodesia's heart kicked into her throat. With her adrenaline still running high, she clicked on a stovetop and ignited the paper. White orange flames devoured it as she dumped it into the sink. Come on, Diz. Come on, Diz. I thought you were smarter than that. Rhodesia whirled around but found nothing. Desperate, she illuminated the entire apartment, her tired eyes on high alert as they scanned every corner. The living room, her bedroom, the bathroom. Her heart threatened to burst from her chest as Aiden's face appeared in the bathroom mirror. He reached for her with sharp claws and a sharper smile. She shrieked and hustled back into the living room. His deep chuckle pursued her, mocked her. She drew her service revolver and held it erect in front of her. Finger pressed firm against the trigger. Her eyes darted everywhere. Sweat beaded her forehead and rolled down her nape. Licking her dry lips proved fruitless. Her throat was sandpaper as she tried to swallow. A shadow caught her eye as it glided across the balcony window's surface. Rhodesia fired off 2 quick shots, uncaring where they headed. The ruined curtain fluttered in the breeze. Rhodesia approached cautiously, glass crunching beneath her heavy boots. She stepped down to the balcony, the warm wind drying her mingled sweat and tears. She looked over the ledge and shuddered. A distant ground holding no sight of his glow. A cold hand gripped her shoulder, claws pinching her skin. She was turned as if on a gimbal, unable to hide her wince. Her arms remained straight, but her trembling alluded to her gun's possible fall. Those aquamarine, embered eyes, filled with such calm calamity, so much promise of catastrophe. She tried her damnedest to leave those eyes a memory. Of course, he wouldn't let her. Aiden twisted her wrist and disarmed her in a single fluid motion. She yelped, only to have it shortened by one hand clamping over her mouth. He closed his eyes and chanted a spell in his native language, dripping like hot wax down a candle. The revolver in his other hand liquefied and oozed to the floor. He shook his head and clucked his tongue, seductive smoke taking hold of his voice. Des. She despised how her name from his lips still left her quivering, the pulse punching against her throat, echoing his name. Pulling her close by gripping her chin, he pressed his nose to that exact spot and inhaled deeply. I've missed you, baby. She lost the battle to suppress the violent whimper his touch caused. She attempted to pull away, but was staunchly held in place. Sweat sluiced down her face. Her pulse now kicked against her temple. Acrid bile churned up her esophagus. She swallowed it. She could do nothing except drop her arms to her sides. Why fight when he was stronger? Aiden uncovered her mouth and rested the other hand tenderly on her collarbone. His caressing thumb left a heated sliver streak along her flesh. He caught her eye once more. There was a hint of playfulness, enjoyment. She suppressed a low groan as his claws returned to her shoulder, blood sliding down in slow, hot tracks. What the fuck have you done with my amulet, darling? And before you speak, don't forget that I've been inside of you. I know what you'll say long before you will, sweetheart. Her gut clenched. I, I don't know. The council took it into evidence before you escaped. Fucking pricks. So you're their lapdog now, huh? I. She wouldn't agree with him, but Oracle, damn it all, the impulse was heavy. Sirens blared in the distance. Looks like your shots got some attention. No matter. Aiden sank his row of fangs deep into the spot between Rhodesia's neck and shoulder. She shrieked as his venom invaded her system, leaving instantaneous tears to fall. Blood flowed down her back and puddled around her boots and over the broken glass. He let her slump to the floor and jumped onto the balcony ledge. That bite will keep good track of you for me. I'll be back soon. Rhodesia clutched her ragged wound as he disappeared into a cloud of mist. Attempting to hurry, she struggled to pick up the broken pieces of herself from the floor. Aiden's bite had left a deep, gaping hole, overlapping where his claws had been. Gripping it to stop the bleeding, she took a drawn out breath. To close her eyes would have been a fatal mistake. Damn him. She succeeded in rising to one knee before the room spun around her. Glass shards bit into her skin through her pants, but she couldn't worry about it. Her trembling hand, slick with her own blood, she conjured a fire spell and cauterized the injury, stitching her flesh back together. She screeched through the process. The sirens sounded from right outside her apartment building. Get up! Rhodesia lumbered onto rubber legs. Her vision began to spot, but she forced herself to clean up the blood, glass, and silver puddle from the gun. She dry heaved her way through, washing ashes down the sink, and nearly passed out from casting an illusionary spell over the holes in the curtain and the broken window pane. She shed her uniform and cleaned herself up as best and as fast as she was able, taking extra care when bandaging the jagged scars. The bloody clothes were stuffed beneath her bed. By the time the police knocked on her door, her apartment looked and smelled as it had before Aiden's assault. That's right, it had been an assault. He hadn't meant a damn word of his adoration. Forgetting that isn't an option. Upon opening the door, Rhodesia presented a weak smile. They weren't from her precinct, at least, and they were human, thank the Oracle. The first cop grilled her about the gunshots and perps while the second looked her over. She felt exposed and vulnerable in her full body PJs, but she knew the right words and gestures to lie her way through it. Blaming her haggard state on working, she promised to call in if she heard anything more. Bidding them good night, she double bolted the door. Her relief soured, however, as Aiden's voice rotated in her head. That bite'll keep good track of you for me. Her hand absently went to her wounded skin, the raised flesh making her wince. She couldn't escape him now. On top of that, the council needed to be alerted of his breakout and how it was all her fault. Dawn had finally broken, and Rhodesia hadn't slept a wink. Soft, slanted lines of pink and orange filtered into the small, unlit bathroom. Her apartment had been compromised, and if Aiden decided to return, she had to be better prepared for him. Going to work wasn't smart nor ideal, but she couldn't stay alone. There were too many places that he'd find her that way. At least at her precinct, she was well guarded. Ringing phones, sleeping grumblings, the smell of stale coffee and antiseptic. It was like home. Rhodesia had snagged a new uniform from the locker room, no one the wiser about her scar. Her defiled uniform was easily salvageable, but not her gun. A rogue fire spell, Rhodesia had vaguely said. As it stood, the melted weapon went into evidence for an upcoming investigation. Had her captain, Vivian, a links shifter, not been so understanding, despite how pissed she was, Rhodesia would probably be out of a job. At least I have good standing here. I don't think I'll be so lucky again. Sighing heavily, she kept replaying last night over and over in her mind, wondering what spell had set Aiden free. The fire, for sure, but what a. Unholy shit, Thornton! You just learned object permanence? Dane Thatcher, 6 feet even, a bad attitude, and a walking police raid all on his own, not to mention one smug demon. She snarled, "Bite!" but caught herself, her shoulder throbbing for emphasis. "I'm not in the mood to deal with you today. Go and catch that witch you've been after for 4 years." She stood toe to toe with him, teeth bared and clenched. Dane huffed once in her face, like an angry bull, and rammed his shoulder into her injured one. He whispered something harshly, too low to be heard by anyone else. Rhodesia's skin screamed out in protest, her inhale sharp, painful. She didn't have to look at him to know that the bastard was smiling. Later, she promised them both, even if she didn't exactly know what she would do. On a warbling exhale, she gave one forward lurch, barely catching herself. She was exhausted, sore all over, and paranoid, but she needed the gun range. She needed her focus back. It was Rhodesia's third round of shooting, and she'd been awful so far. "I'm not leaving until I get this." She concentrated her blurry gaze forward, attempting to quiet her mind, but she knew the moment she felt Aiden's presence. Her skin pebbled, the fine hairs on the back of her neck and arms stood on end, and her heart swooped low into her stomach. Her hand clenched the borrowed service revolver, heat chasing itself across her cheeks and along her shoulder. She didn't relax her grip. His sweetly putrid scent invaded her nostrils. She squared her shoulders, this time suppressing that aching wince, and kept her back facing him. It didn't matter. She still felt his hot breath tickling her nape, unlocking unwanted memories. "We can continue our game now, sweet one. You push, I pull. You resist, I persist. You say no, I give you reasons to say yes. You are mine. Magic, body, heart, mind, spirit, and blood." His words were as rotten as he was, the chuckles dancing through her head, hollow and echoing. "He lies all the time. He only means it when it benefits him. I have to remember that." One hand choking the butt of the gun, the other supporting from below, finger firm against the trigger. She squeezed her eyes shut, steadying her breath. When she opened them, that bastard had the audacity to be in her line of fire, his visage translucent and shimmering. The muzzle was aimed directly at his heart. "As if you could ever. You're far too soft, honeycomb. Besides that, it wouldn't be effective. and your precious counsel would haul you in for questioning, maybe even lock you away. At least then you would know the agony of imprisonment, just as I have. The moment his touch whispered across Rhodesia's cheek, she fired the full barrel into him, his image evaporating like mist. Her paper target slid to her, and she removed her protective glasses, to study the bullet holes on the silhouette's chest. Praises from her precinct were drowned out by Aiden's whispered promise. Nevermore shall you be free of me, so bound are we, from life unto death, until our final breaths. His twisted vows, not hers, even though they'd both spoken them at the altar. But she couldn't abide by them. They were true once before, were they not? But that wasn't the case anymore, was it? Nauseated, Rhodesia couldn't discern the lie in his words. More than that, she realized that by burning the paper with his words, they'd led Aiden directly to her, and to the end of this submission.
It was really powerful.
Yes. And I also have to say, for some ungodly reason, it is easier to handle things like that when there's the supernatural involved.
Mm-hmm. That I have to agree.
Because when once we are aware that there is supernatural involved, it kind of takes the edge off of it and we can relive things. That's why there's so much romanticy and dark romance, because it does. The instant we separate it from reality, we can face it. Very well done. And again, I'd be scared if Luna started to do sexy writing. The words chosen might do something to me. Just saying. Anywho.
I don't know if I'd call it a barrier. I think you're close. I think it's more like a filter.
Yeah. It's a barrier to the harshness because it's a filter. It filters it and makes it less harsh. Very nice.
On to the next one, if only to move away. On a lighter note, to kind of bring the mood back up after that, there was a moment where I had a half-second pause because after the stories that we've had tonight, she was holding the gun erect in her hand, and the moment I read erect, I was just like, that's not the right. Nope, bad timing. This is serious.
Shy.
Shy, do you have any? Since you're not new here but new here, do you have any requests for who reads? If not, we'll.
No, it's
Oh.
mine.
Oh, never mind.
What have you done with your pills? You need them. I stared at the picture on my phone in disbelief. I couldn't believe that after all of the conversations we have had about how important her meds are for her to be taking every day and how dangerous they are if a dog were to consume them, that we have just found that many pills scattered loosely about her closet. They were all picked up and collected and laid out for comparison. When I added up the days, I was sickened by the information staring me right in the face because I know deep down what this really means. I immediately text my daughter's therapist and explain the circumstances and what is going on. It is time for me to be part of the session again because we need to know exactly where these pills are coming from. The session begins calmly. I start by clarifying that we already know the answer, so we need the truth about the why and where. What have you done with your pills? You need them. Even if you have communicated to me the difference you can feel when you take them the way you are supposed to, how did these pills get onto your closet floor? My daughter hangs her head and says quietly, I don't know. Let's try this again. We all know that your meds are kept in a lockbox, and you only have access to 1 week of meds at a time here at our house. When you miss a dose, we just add it back into the rotation and no big deal because at the end of the day, you are still a child, and it is up to the adult caring for you to ensure that you are taking the meds you are prescribed. We already know the answer, and she does too. We can see it all over her face. Sweetie, we just need the truth so we can help. This isn't about anyone being in trouble. It's about making sure you are getting the medication you need to function from day to day. We already know these meds aren't coming from us giving you your meds because we adjust them when you miss your meds. We don't throw the pills away or in your closet. So these pills could only have come from time when you were with your dad. We need to know what is really going on because we need to be sure you are being safe with your meds. She fidgets for a good moment or two before she admits in a soft voice, sometimes I forget to take them when I'm at Dad's house, but I don't want you to be mad at me and I don't want Dad to get in trouble. My heart breaks for my child because the only thing I can do is encourage her to continue to tell the truth. You will never be in trouble if you bring your meds back to us if you miss them over the weekend. We just need them back so that they don't go to waste. Inside, I want to absolutely rage. However, he isn't worth the jail time. He is the one that deserves jail time. But let's not talk about the lack of laws in place to protect individuals from domestic violence that has taken place for years unspoken of. So I do the only thing I am capable of doing in this moment. I document, 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 because nothing else works. After the session, I touch base with my daughter's therapist, who is going to call her dad and remind him yet again how important it is that his daughter get her prescribed medications as she is supposed to. And I go digging for the court documentation because the court system is reactionary when it comes to children. It doesn't protect enough. 6.13 Parental Conduct During Parenting Time. The parties agree to the following constraints and conditions upon their exercise of parenting time. 6.13.1 The children will be provided with their prescribed medications in accordance with the instructions of the prescribing provider. My heart sinks to the pit of my stomach. I have to do it again. We now have critical documentation that my ex-husband is medically neglecting our child on his watch by not ensuring that she is taking her meds as she is prescribed. And it is in direct violation of a court order that might significantly impact the number of overnights he has with his children. I wish it was just the occasional missing of meds like it is here at home. It's not. After further confirming, it was not from her 2-week visitation this summer. The math on the pills speaks for itself because, again, she only ends up with open access to the meds she takes with her for visitations. Added up, it equals out to over 5 weekends of medication with her biological father that was not taken appropriately. That is a significant pattern of behavior over time. I really didn't want to believe it, but can no longer deny that tigers really don't change their stripes. Sadly, not even for their kids. Dun dun dun. Shy? You better not stop this time. You better not stop. You better not fucking give up. I need more of these fucking these fucking real raw the more.
She will bully you endlessly. I speak from experience. I stopped listening to her, but she will do it.
I continue to bully him.
Yeah.
In love, but I continue to do so.
I just learned to just ignore it.
Very well written. But that hit close to home.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Shy. Okay, tell young Buck I approve.
I'm not an entry tonight because Izzy bullied me. I want to put that on the record.
Really didn't. I was shocked. I was shocked and surprised that he was like, I wrote something. Is it too late to send it in? And I'm like, no, gimme. Trisha!
To be fair, this was something that had already been written. It's just been cleaned up.
Which is the extra challenge for August.
Did you say you got this one, Kesh? Oh no, she muted. Okay.
Yay, nay.
Going once.
You can take this one.
Got it. Trisha, I feel like it's only appropriate that I get to read yours after what you put me through last weekend. No, I will not be providing context. Moving on. I came in from shopping to find a pile of final notices on the table. I looked through the bills. I asked him to pay these. What has he been doing with the money? I put the bills back on the table, and that is when I saw the note. What's this? I picked up the note. Dear Sue, I'm sorry, I cannot do this anymore. I have moved out and took half of the savings. Please forgive me for how I am doing this. Rob. You can't do what? I asked the kitchen. Be an adult and talk to me if there was a problem? I put the bags on the table to see if there was enough savings left to fix what he had done. Luckily, I had enough to pay all the bills and late fees. I'm going to have to tighten my belt a little, but until I can find a roommate to help with the bills. Oh, for a little bit until I can find a roommate to help with the bills, I thought with a sigh. I got up and put away everything I bought. Then I gathered everything Rob had left behind in a couple of trash bags and put them by the door. I ate the leftovers from the dinner we had the night before. I grabbed the new book I got today and went to bed. The book was a new fantasy novel from my favorite author. I had been looking forward to its release for months. Now I can get lost in the fantasy world, I thought as I opened the book. I woke up the next morning with the book laying on my chest. I must have fallen asleep reading again. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. Oh, it's chilly in here. Did I leave the window open? I opened my eyes and realized I was outside. How did I get outside? I stood up and looked around and found not only was I outside, but I was in a forest. Where am I? I asked no one. You are here, I heard a voice say. I jumped when I heard the voice. I turned in the direction the voice came from and paused. There was a centaur standing behind me. He looked young, no older than I was. It took me a couple of tries to speak, but I finally got out. Where is here? He smiled. Centaur Forest. Okay. I said. And do you know how I got here? Do you not remember? He asked. I shook my head. The last thing I remember was reading this book in my bed. I held up the book. Hmm. Come with me. We will ask the herd elders, he said, holding out his hand. Maybe they will know the answer. I nodded and took his hand. He led me along a forest path just wide enough for the two of us. As I walked, I kept looking at the centaur walking next to me. He was exceptionally good looking, at least his human half, though the horse part of him was nice looking as well. He had shaggy brown hair that seemed to tail down along his spine to meet where the human torso met the horse body. His tail hair was cut short. That would keep it from getting tangled with twigs and scrambles, I thought. I heard him chuckle. I looked up at him. He was smiling at me. I turned away blushing. I don't mind you looking. I know I have a very nice flank, he said. I could hear he was still smiling. I'm sorry, I have never seen a centaur before. I was just curious, I said, watching my feet as we continued walking. What exactly are you curious about? I might be able to answer your questions, he said. I shook my head. No, it's not appropriate for me to ask questions. Oh, you are curious about adult things. I can assure you, I am of age to be able to answer such questions, he said, amused by my embarrassment. No, it is impolite for me to ask those questions, especially of somebody I have just met, I replied, blushing harder. Oh, you find me attractive, he said. How sweet. I think you're very pretty as well. I must have turned so red I was purple. I was so embarrassed. I was not meaning to make it seem like I was attracted to him, though he is a very good looking creature. Damn it, I wish I knew how to address him. He's not fully person, but he's not a full horse either, I thought. The rest of our walk to his herd was quiet. I just kept thinking about how much of a fool I have just made of myself and how he mistook my curiosity as something other than that. But I cannot deny that I was kind of attracted to him. I hugged my book to my chest, wondering how I ended up here. As I looked around, I realized I was in the forest in my book. I was in my book. How could I be in my book? It's not a real place, is it? I was in such deep thought that I did not realize we had come to his village. His herd lived in a village in the middle of the forest. That was, as far as I know, as far as I know, only existed in my book. Wait here. I will be right back, he said and went into a hut. I stood where he told me, and as I looked around, I realized I was in a corral. I guess it's only fitting that I'm in a corral waiting to talk with centaur elders. It wasn't long before he came back out and motioned for me to follow him inside. As I entered, I noticed the beautiful paintings on the walls. The young centaur stopped me in the middle of the hut. He bowed to his elders. I attempted to bow to show respect, but it was hard for me to do with just two legs. Elders, I found this young lady in the woods while I was out hunting, he said very respectfully. She claims that she had fallen asleep elsewhere and ended up in our forest. She is unable to remember how she got here. One of the elders motioned me to come closer. I looked at the centaur who escorted me here, and he nodded his head. I moved forward to the older centaur who wanted me to come closer. She was older, reminding me of my grandmother in some way. She smiled at me. Do not be afraid. We will cause you no harm. I nodded. I'm afraid because I have no idea how I got here and I just want to go home. I am not sure that we can help, but let's talk with this. My name is Star. What is your name? She asked. My name is Sue, I said. Welcome to the Centaur Forest. The young one who brought you to us is Blaze, she said. He is one of our best hunters. Now, let's begin where you remember. What were you doing before you fell asleep? Star asked. I was in my bed reading my book in my apartment. I fell asleep while reading and I woke up in this forest, I said, hugging the book to my chest. Is that the book you were reading when you fell asleep? She asked, pointing to my book, and I nodded. May I see it? I handed her my book, not sure what she would find or how she would react. I looked back to Blaze. He smiled at me. I turned back to Star and waited to see what she would say. This book has some of our history and also seems to project the future. Are you a witch? She asked cautiously. Oh, no, ma'am. I come from a world where this book is made up. We call it fiction. This is a fantasy book in my world, I said, defending myself. So it doesn't have our future. It's false. Yes, ma'am. It is false. It's made up. It's a fairy tale. The fact that it has some of your history, I'm surprised, I said. Some of the best fairy tales. Oh, some of the best fairy tales have some facts in them, another elder responded. May I look at your book? I nodded, and Star handed the other centaur my book. He handed my book back to me. It is a very interesting book. Please keep a tight hold on this that no one else might see it. We do not wish to cause an uproar. Obligatory pause for keep it secret, keep it safe. Anyway. I nodded vigorously, hugging the book to my chest. Star motioned me back towards Blaze. I went and stood next to him. My heart was beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. Blaze leaned down and whispered, You did fine. Everything will be okay. I nodded, not trusting my voice at this point, as I looked up and saw that Star and the other elder centaur were talking amongst themselves. After a long while, Star looked at us. Blaze, please take Sue to the guest hut. Well, while Ember and I discuss if he will be able to help Sue get home or if she must stay in this world. We both bowed and left the elder hut. We walked across the village to a small hut. This is where you'll be staying until we can figure out how to get you home, Blaze said, opening the door for me. If you need anything, please call for me. I will do anything I can to help. I nodded. Thank you. He gave a little bow and shut the door behind me. I went over to the small cot and sat down. I hope they can figure out how to get me home, I thought, though I do not think staying here would be so bad. I was incredibly tired. Suddenly, I was incredibly tired. I laid down and fell asleep, thinking about Blaze and wondering how exactly that would work, and why you decided to end the submission there.
Because it's Trisha.
Because it's fucking Trisha. Now, can I also say, we always make the comment, Trisha, yet again, short, sweet, to the point, gets us in the feels, it gets us in the horror. I mean, we have green flag worth of men and cannibalistic grandpas from Trisha. So, the whole range of it. But this is officially the longest submission that Trisha has sent in all year. Had more time,
Centaurs.
and it's horny centaurs.
I said no more horny demons. I got horny centaurs. Be careful what you wish for. I needed to be more specific.
Oh my God, Jeffrey!
What? Oh my God!
Very nicely done, Trisha. Very nicely done. Love it. All right, we are down to 3. We've got Doc, Jeffrey, and Styx.
Oh, is one of those not being read?
What? Oh, the Patrick one?
Yeah.
That's for me to
Oh, gotcha.
Me to
I
read.
didn't know if that was a.
Yeah.
Sir.
Hold on, I have a legitimate question to what Bitzer just said. Okay, legitimate question. Polling the chat. Is it still saving a horse if you ride a centaur?
What if the centaur is the cowboy?
Yeah, exactly. If the centaur is the cowboy, is it still save a horse ride a cowboy? I need to know.
I am dying over here.
Okay. Shall I continue on with my it's been a tradition of mine to read Jeff's at this point, so I think I'll just continue.
Bitzer, there's a song called Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy.
And I'm doing the smart thing, and I'm pulling up the voice guide in a separate tab, so I've got all these together because we have 7 voiced characters in this here.
Oh, that. Let's go back to Steve. Let's go back to the story of Steve.
No tags for warnings this week. No Asian accents. I appreciate that. The dog breed. Okay, you've got it. Quick clarification here, Jeff. You have it in your pronunciation guide as Shiba Inu. Isn't it Shiba Inu?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
There may have been a missing space.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And an extra. Yeah. Okay.
Here we go. I gained understanding on top of Rosewood Mountain, the home of the Rose Pavilion, a martial arts sect. Its leader, Masato, is a rank 7 supreme master. I felt a wave of power ripple out around me, but no one else seemed to notice. If they didn't care, I didn't see any reason to mention it either. I tried to think of what could have caused this. All I did every day was watch my friend train or meditate. When I wasn't chasing away birds or other small interlopers, I was taking naps and eating the scraps of meat left over from everyone else's meal. There was a sweetness to the meat that I couldn't place, but have discovered to be the taste of mana rich food. Unbothered by this revelation, I shrugged, sniffed my butt, and took a nap. Wagging my short, fluffy tail, licking my red sesame furred paw, watching my friend Akio meditate in the inner courtyard. It had been many moons since I could feel mana circulating somewhere inside my body. I couldn't do anything with it, unlike my friend, who was a rank 5 mid stage master. Not yet strong enough to work directly under Masato, but more than just an average cultivator. The two of us have been together ever since he saved me from an attack that killed my family. Looking back with new understanding, the ones who raised me were martial artists too, but without a sect. The people who killed them used foul, forbidden arts. It didn't take long for me to learn of the existence of demon cultivators, the enemy of all heavenly art martial artists like my friend Akio. I spent my free time searching for hints and clues about what I was, or had become, and found an old scroll Grateful that I could comprehend the words, I read excerpt from Supreme Master Hayato on his thoughts regarding magical beasts. During my travels to unknown lands, I came across a great flying serpent clashing with a sea drake. The drake and the serpent fought on equal terms, but the drake guarded something. When I noticed the eggs, I knew the drake was a mother and couldn't let the serpent take them. The power they wielded was immense. Both were of the sea and, as such, controlled water masterfully. As a master of wind myself, I redirected the sea serpent's attacks away from the drake, allowing it to gain the upper hand. Taking the initiative, the drake dove in and tore the serpent's head off. It then spoke into my mind and said, "Thank you, human, for protecting my eggs. You may come closer so that I may thank you." When I landed on the small rocky island, the drake transformed into the most beautiful human woman I have ever seen. I asked her how she came to be, and she wove me a tale of killing and devouring other magical beasts until she overcame her limits and grew in power. Even though she was born as an awakened, she confirmed the possibility for animals to break through as awakened. How such a beast can surpass its limits and grow as a cultivator is yet unknown. Magical beast. So, the meat I ate caused this change after all. This explains why Akio and the others consume it. Meat from magical beasts must help his cultivation. Unlike the drake, I wasn't born like this. Yet, if it's possible to grow in power like the drake despite my shortcomings, I should try, right? Did the magical beasts he consumed think for themselves? Could they have the same thoughts as me? Seeing a bird in a tree, I let the question go and yelled, "This is my territory. You aren't welcome." Out of the many questions that kept resurfacing in my mind, the one at the top made me pause. Will I try to cultivate or pretend that nothing happened and live the rest of my life acting normally? Watching Akio breathe in and out with his eyes closed, I decided, I'm leaving, my friend. I didn't want him to see me go. He wouldn't understand, and there was no way for me to explain it to him. There was so much more out there for me to see. If I could grow stronger like that sea drake, I would have to take it. Akio was too busy cultivating to help me, but I didn't blame him. Maybe I would find someone who could. One perk of living on a mountain above the clouds was watching the cultivators flying, either standing on their swords or purely through their will alone. Now that I could sense the mana in the air more clearly, the difference in power was more evident, and those weakest had to rely on their swords still. I fought with my claws and teeth, so the idea of standing on one in the sky felt silly. Chasing birds in the air sounded appealing, though. On my way out, I passed by the training hall for the newest recruits who had joined the sect and were doing training drills, practicing the basics. They stood in rows, all holding wooden staffs, going through the forms together. He looked down at his paw. Pardon? We suddenly shifted perspective. Uh, I looked down at my paws and gave up any thought of learning it myself. Paws can't hold weapons, Toshi. They are weapons. If I could empower my claws with mana or use magic like the sea drake, I could face down powerful magic beasts and grow stronger. Pausing at the courtyard just before the entrance, I bowed my head to the sacred tree, a magical larch. People use its seeds to make refining pills that excel in cultivators' growth. Its leaves also served as a key ingredient in the medicine that Akio administered after he rescued me. I had a large gash across my side from a sword strike while trying to protect my family. The two guards watched me leave, but did nothing to stop me. One of them said, "Bye, Toshi. Don't stay out too long. Rock raptors are flying around today." I don't know if they would try to stop me if they knew the truth. In times like this, I was glad for the communications barrier. I would cherish the time spent in the Rose Pavilion and everyone who cared for me. That didn't change my desire to seek more in life. Rock raptors, you say? Could I take one now? Imagining the beast ignoring his claw strikes, absent of mana needed to penetrate its reinforced feathers, I shook my head. Don't even try, Toshi. You need to get stronger first. Not wanting to be picked up and dropped off the side of the mountain, I avoided the rock raptors and snuck down the mountain. Hiding under bushes and behind large rocks, I followed the winding path down the mountain. When I passed through the clouds, it was a surreal experience. I hadn't crossed below the clouds since the day Akio led me up the mountain for the first time. Most of the travelers were low ranked cultivators who couldn't fly yet, so they were easy to avoid. By the time I made it to the bottom, the sun was more than halfway across the sky, and I was tired. What I didn't expect was how hard it would be to adapt to the environment. Having grown accustomed to the air above the clouds, my body had acclimated to it. As I walked down the path, searching for a place to rest for the night, I heard a soft, feminine voice. Hey, sweetie, are you lost? Do you need a place to rest tonight? I looked over at the woman and grinned. She didn't look dangerous, and I felt no mana around her, so I trotted over and licked her hand when she reached down to pet me. An act that I enjoyed but let very few do. What can I say? I have trust issues. Enjoying the attention, I hopped up and rested my front two paws on her legs and leaned into the touch. She giggled and said, I take that as a yes. Follow me, my home isn't far. Wagging my tail, I cooed in bliss, letting go of my worries about the future, and followed. She led me to a small wooden home, opened the door, and said, Hey, Hanoka, look what I found. A young girl who had similar features rushed out, saw me, and ran. Not wanting to upset the one who offered me shelter, I braced myself for rough treatment and endured the petting and hugs. That's enough, Hanoka. Let the dog go. The child looked up and asked, What kind of dog are they, Mama? The mother looked me over with an inquisitive gaze and said, If I had to guess, a Shiba Inu. They're a common breed, but the sesame fur is unique. With a smile, the little girl asked, Can we keep 'em? Ears flat against my head, I lowered myself into a crouch in response to the question, then relaxed when the woman replied, No, sweetie, I only offered to let them rest for the night. They came from the mountain. I'm sure they have someone else who cares for them. I ate a normal piece of meat and curled up to sleep. The little girl tried to sleep on me, but her mother took her to bed, which I was highly thankful for. Before either of them woke up in the morning, I pushed the door open, slipped through, then nudged it back closed. Feeling refreshed and breathing better than the day before, I turned away from Rosewood Mountain and started walking. After a week of travel, I could no longer see the mountain in the distance behind me. I had found no others I trusted enough to sleep in their home, but I got scraps of meat offered to me by fellow travelers. There was enough to hunt on my own, but I never went hungry. On the morning of the 8th day, I crouched near a tree, eyeing a bird for my morning meal. A loud noise spooked me and my prey, who flew away. Equally curious and annoyed, I sniffed the air and searched for the source. In the clearing, I discovered a man facing off with a magical beast I had never encountered before. It reminded me of a cat, but much larger, with yellow and black stripes. Air ripples marked the paths of their magical attacks. The beast controlled the wind with its claws. I bet I could do that too. The man facing them moved so fast that I couldn't keep up. If I didn't know better, I would have assumed they'd learned how to vanish and reappear in a new spot. Slapping a palm against the side of the large cat, flames erupted, engulfing the beast. Just like that, the fight was over. Before I could escape the man's notice, he appeared before me and said, "Where do you think you're going, little one?" When I tried to back up, he narrowed his eyes and pressed his aura against me, forcing me to lie down. "I know you can understand me, my furry friend. You don't even know how to mask your mana yet." "I can do that?" "Yes, pup, you can," said the man inside my head in response to my thought. "Wait, he can read my thoughts? How is that possible?" "Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the how, little one. I require a partner, and you desire a master who can help you grow. Do you have a name, or shall I give you one?" "My name is Toshi. If you wish to help me, I accept." He ruffled the top of my head and said, "Nice to meet you, Toshi." Still holding on to my fur, he let heat out of his hand until it became unpleasant. "I wasn't asking for your permission, Toshi. I've already decided." Jeffrey, this line. "You are one master who is too hot to handle. I submit." Too hot to handle. I like that, Toshi. You know, my elemental affinity is fire. We shall see what yours is soon enough. First, I need to teach you a refining technique, so you can do something with the mana gained from eating other magical beasts. May I know your name, master? He stood up with a grin and said, "My name is Seiji, a rank 3 upper stage master, but you will address me as Master or Master Seiji if other masters are around." True to his word, Seiji spent the next 5 years training me. He taught me how to circulate my mana using a proper meditation breathing technique and fed me the highest quality magical beast meat, rich in mana. He tested my affinities, and I discovered flames suited me best, a fact that I was concerned with at first. Who wants to see me with no fur? When I reached the ninth rank in the lowest stage, Master Seiji taught me my first attack technique, a claw attack that sent mana imbued with my affinity at a target. I noticed quickly how it resembled the attack the large cat Seiji fought the day we met. To break through to the next tier, I had to overcome a challenge of my own. It was time to fight one-on-one against an opponent out in the wild. Master Seiji let me sit on his shoulders as he rode the wind until we both sensed a strong magical beast nearby. Touching down on the ground nearby, he nodded, and I crouched. Practicing the ability that he taught me to conceal my aura, I followed my nose. A giant black snake curled around a tree branch high in the air appeared above me. I didn't dare to try climbing for higher ground. There would be one chance of striking first. Aiming at the base of the branch it hung from, I powered up my flame claw strike as quickly as possible. It hissed, raising its head in my direction. Unleashing my attack, the snake flinched away from the flames, but that was not my target. The branch exploded from the impact, causing the snake to fall to the ground. Pouncing on the opportunity, literally, I dove in with another attack, clawing at its eyes, blinding it. It thrashed its strong, muscled body around, forcing me to back off. Knowing one lucky hit could crush my body, I hit it with ranged attacks until it stopped moving. When it died, I felt a rush of energy crash into me, an experience I learned happened after a kill, letting me know it wasn't just the meat, but the act of killing itself that granted power. I howled with newfound power as I broke through to rank 1 in the next stage. Master Seiji stepped forward, absorbing the stray fire lingering in the forest. He said, "Well done, Toshi. Time to eat and to write the next chapter."
Fair.
Not me over here as a fucking host, reader, TSSM, all the different things, financial go to, whatever. And still learning fucking new things because I had no idea what a cultivation story was. I had to look it up, which made it make more sense to me. Thank you all for teaching me new things.
Advancement through conflict and mana cultivation and like building up. Yeah. Wushu stuff.
Yeah, never heard of it before. So, Google food it. Oh, trust me. Trust me. No. Okay, technically not a 404. However, aka 404 equals cliffhanger. However, like, honestly, I also got the feeling very, The Incredible Journey feel.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah.
The fact that the protagonists are the main character, the protagonist is a animal on a journey to become something, to do something, to get somewhere. And animal journey stories like that have not been around in popular culture for a while. Occasionally we'll get one that pops up, and so I was like, it to me it was almost like merging an incredible journey, aka Homeward Bound, which is the movie version, and this cultivation story. And yes, yes, okay, 90s, yeah, the heyday of animal journeys.
To be fair, most cultivation stories don't spotlight animal cultivators. That's very specific to Jeffrey in this story.
Oh,
I mean, wasn't the entire movie industry just animal journey movies during the 90s?
Homeward Bound.
yes. You missed that part. Yes, I literally was talking about The Incredible Journey, which was also AKA Homeward Bound, the movie version.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, no, I heard that. I'm answering.
No. Sticks mentioned
I
Homeward
missed it.
Bound.
Wifey came in
He
to say
missed
goodnight,
it.
so I missed it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Airbud. Yep. Oh God.
Oliver and Company.
And now
All
over
dogs
in
go to
our
heaven.
now in our general chat, there's a nice, beautiful. Is this still saving a horse if you ride a centaur?
Nice.
With credit to Sticks
Thanks.
in the general
'Cause
chat.
that's what I want to be credited for. Definitely.
I mean, we could always change your ice cream cone milkshake
Get out.
thing to a centaur.
Izzy, you're froze.
We all froze. Oh, and now I am froze.
I'm not froze.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. All right, here we go. Does
Turn your
everything
camera
else
off
work?
and back on again.
I'm working on it.
She's so angry.
Answer.
Look, when I was reading that submission, I definitely, that book crossed my mind. I was like, is that the book she was reading that she woke up in? But that was Minotaurs.
Can
know exactly what that is.
can we leave Morning Glory Milking Farm out of this?
Nope.
Apparently not. Oh my god.
All the while the mads are milked. Oh no, milk our wallets. Okay. Oh, it sticks.
Oh, it's me.
I didn't spin it yet.
Oh.
Oh, it's not?
Oh, okay,
Okay.
yeah, see, my name didn't pop up. It's just sitting on me because she was about to spin. Never mind.
Gotcha.
It's still me anyway.
And apparently my video. Hey, there we go. Apparently my video is showing on the back end, but not on stream.
It's black on the back end too.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
frozen
well,
on my end.
I'm not
Oh, there you are.
frozen on my
Oh, there
end.
she is. I was about to say all I
She's
see
back.
are frozen
I wave my hair
quokka
back and
ears,
forth. I
but
wave my hair back and forth. All right.
I just had to be a cute little quokka.
And ads end.
oh, I called that one. It is sticks.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I said. It's me anyway. So which one
Okay.
will want it?
Oh, we have to? Oh, shit.
What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on? What's this? What's happening?
I'm sorry. I saw the words shifter romance.
Yes. This is my Shifter Romance work in progress. I need to confirm or consult with our resident Shady Pines author on this because he does the whole hit you in your feels bullshit.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Take
he
it away.
does. Okay. From the moment he took his first breath, Logan Tierson had to fight for survival. Born prematurely, the medical staff didn't give him great odds. His mother wept, not in joy, but in bitter disappointment. His father stood beside the hospital bed, eyes red-rimmed with rage at the pathetic offspring he'd sired. Even the pack shaman refused to waste his breath on a lost cause. When the nurse presented the tiny, gasping newborn, the old male scoffed in disgust and swept out of the room. "What about the birth certificate?" the midwife asked, confused. "We need a classification." The doctor sighed, resignation heavy in his chest. "Put Omega. It'll protect the clinic from backlash if the boy dies." Less than an hour after giving birth, relying on the supernatural regeneration of their kind, the parents collected their fragile infant and left. They believed in the ancient cruel laws of the wild. They drove to the edge of the pack territory, carried the shivering, naked runt deep into the timber, and left him tucked between the mossy roots of a wild cherry tree. They walked away without looking back. The pitiful squalling of the newborn did not go unheard. The first predator to arrive was a massive, scarred black bear. Cautious, she nudged the tiny bundle with a wet black snout. The creature reeked of human fear, copper blood, and birth fluid. Her jaws opened, looming over the twitching infant. But as her hot breath washed over the baby, the infant instinctively reached out a tiny blind hand, clutching a tuft of her matted black fur. Grief heavy from losing her own lone cub to the harsh winter, the sow didn't close her jaws. Instead, her long tongue rasped across the infant's skin, cleansing him of the hospital scent and coating him in the musk of the den. For 4 years, the dark, earth-scented cave was Logan's entire universe. He learned to crawl before he could walk, sleeping buried in the sow's thick winter coat. He knew the rhythm of the forest, the sharp tang of pine resin, the crunch of raw bone, the warmth of huddling against a giant heartbeat while snow closed the cave entrance. He knew no words, only the rumble of the den and the primal instincts of a wild animal. Until the spring of his 4th year, when the sow went to hunt and never came back. Driven by gnawing hunger, the wild child wandered out of the dark and followed the scent of unfamiliar life. Come on, throw it, Dad! 4-year-old James shouted from the manicured lawn, bouncing on his heels. All right, James, eye on the ball. Kevin cocked his arm and pitched the rubber baseball. James reached his tiny hands toward the sky, but the ball soared over his fingers, bouncing across the bright green grass until it settled against the dark brush at the forest edge. Go get it! Wait! Don't move! Kevin's voice snapped from encouraging to razor sharp. Past the tree line, the bushes parted. A child stepped onto the manicured grass. He was completely naked, his pale skin streaked with dried mud, pine pitch, and matted black hair that hung like a tangle of briars around a dirt-smeared face. The feral boy didn't seem to notice his nakedness. His silver-gray eyes locked onto the bright white baseball. He dropped to all fours, creeping forward with a fluid, predatory gait, and sniffed the ball. He licked the synthetic leather, his nose crinkling at the chemical scent, before picking it up in a grimy fist. Kevin stepped between the wild child and his son, muscles tense. What's your name, kid? Where are your parents? The child's answer was a low, vibrating growl from the back of his throat. He dropped back onto all fours, hunched over the ball, bearing tiny, sharp teeth. He didn't attack, but he didn't retreat either. His wild eyes darted between Kevin's massive frame and the open woods behind him. Kevin lowered himself into a crouch, forcing his harsh tone to soften. Easy. I'm not going to hurt you. As he reached out, his eyes caught on the child's left wrist. Buried beneath layers of dirt was a faded strip of plastic, cutting so tightly into the boy's growing wrist that the surrounding skin was raw and inflamed. Are you injured? Kevin reached out a broad hand to inspect the plastic. The child's growl hitched into a sharp, panicked warning. As Kevin's fingers brushed his skin, the boy lunged, sinking his small, sharp teeth deep into the soft webbing between Kevin's thumb and forefinger. "Aw, fuck! The little shit bit me!" Kevin's restraint shattered. His free hand balled into a fist, snagging a handful of the child's matted black hair. With a brutal jerk, he hoisted the boy off the ground. Logan dangled in midair, his neck pulled taut, his bleeding wrist thrashed, but Kevin used his teeth and free hand to violently rip the embedded plastic band from the child's swollen flesh. Logan let out a single sharp yip of pain, then went completely limp, his silver eyes dulling in surrender. "Father, what's happening?" James called out, his voice laced with panic as he jogged closer. "Is he okay?" "Tell your mother I'm taking this creature to the pack doctor." Kevin growled, striding down the paved street with the dangling child in one hand and the bloody plastic band in the other. James stared after his father, his chest aching. He didn't see a threat. He just saw a kid his own age. Sheltered and lonely due to his high ranking birth, James had felt a sudden burst of excitement at the thought of a playmate, only to watch his father drag the boy away like garbage. The Pack Village was built in concentric circles around a central square. The inner ring housed the Pack's vital operations, the administrative offices, the military barracks, the shaman's hut, the Alpha's manor, and the medical clinic. Surrounding it were the homes of the mated wolves, all hidden from the human world by dense mountain timber. Kevin kicked open the door to the medical clinic, his boots thudding heavily against the pristine tile. "Doc, get out here!" An older female wolf stepped out of her office, a clipboard tucked under her arm. She took one look at the dirt-caked, dangling child and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Hello, Kevin. Do I even want to ask why you're hauling a naked, filthy child through my lobby?" "He's a stray. Came crawling out of the woods into my yard." Kevin held up his bleeding hand. "And he's got fangs." "Bring him into exam, too," she sighed, turning the door handle. "Did you see anyone searching for him?" "Nobody." Kevin tossed the plastic wristband onto her stainless steel counter. This was cutting into his skin. The doctor carried the band to the sink and scrubbed away years of caked mud and sap under warm water. The moment the plastic glistened, Logan twitched in Kevin's grip, reaching a frantic, filthy hand toward it. Kevin gave him a harsh shake, snapping the boy's head back. The doctor ignored the rough handling, focusing on the dark blue text printed on the plastic. "It's a hospital patient ID," she read aloud. "Logan Tierson, O positive, June 21, 1995. Classification, Omega." Kevin's eyebrows shot up. "Omega? The pup's a year younger than James. You ever heard of a Tierson family?" "Never," she said flatly, tossing the damp towel onto her counter. "There isn't a Tierson in this entire territory. Our pack census hasn't added a new lineage in decades." "So what? He wandered away from another pack? A 4-year-old doesn't just cross pack borders alone." "Your guess is as good as mine, Kevin," the doctor said, drying her hands. "But pack law is explicit. You found an abandoned pup on pack land. Until an origin is verified or an alpha decree is made, he's your responsibility." Kevin's jaw clenched. "I'm the lead beta of this pack. I'm not raising some feral Omega trash." "No one is above pack law, Kevin. Not even you. Take him home, clean him up, and file a report with Alpha Johannes. I'll notify administration to cross-reference his name with surrounding packs." She stepped toward Logan, crouching to meet his silver eyes. "Logan, can you hear me, sweetie? Where is your home?" The boy stared at her, his expression utterly blank. His chest heaved in shallow, silent breaths as he dangled from Kevin's fist. "Answer her!" Kevin barked, shaking him again until Logan let out a faint whimper. "Respect your elders, you little wild animal." The doctor's eyes narrowed as she watched the boy's jaw work silently. "Kevin, stop shaking him. He isn't being stubborn." "What do you mean?" "He isn't speaking because he can't," she said softly. "He has no concept of language. He's been feral." Kevin swore under his breath. "Great. So I'm stuck with a mute, brain-damaged Omega. If he was left out there that long, his own parents obviously threw him away." The doctor offered no comfort, merely pointing toward the door. "What about my hand?" Kevin demanded. "You're a werewolf, Kevin. You'll survive a 4-year-old's bite." Now get him out of my clinic before he tracks mud onto my sterilized floor. When Kevin arrived back at his house, James was waiting by the window. He watched his father march around to the back patio, dragging the silent boy behind him. James ran to the glass back door, cracking it open just in time to hear the sharp hiss of the outdoor spigot. A blast of freezing water hit the naked boy, knocking him onto his hands and knees on the cold concrete. The feral child didn't scream. He curled into a tight ball, his teeth chattering violently as the high-pressure spray blasted away 4 years of cave mud, blood, and bear scent. "James, get out here and bring a towel," Kevin barked over the spray. "I'm not letting this wet right inside my house." James hurried to the linen closet, grabbed a thick bath towel, and ran outside. The cold mist hit James' face, making him shiver. He handed the towel to his father, his eyes lingering on the small boy curled on the stone, trembling so hard his skin had turned a mottled, pale blue. Kevin shut off the hose and dropped the towel onto the boy's soaking back without a word. "Go inside, James." Kevin turned and walked into the warmth of the house, letting the screen door slam shut behind him. James didn't go inside right away. He stood on the porch, watching as Logan slowly pulled the towel around his shivering shoulders. The wild boy looked up, his silver eyes meeting James through a soaked fringe of black hair. For the first time, Logan wasn't growling. He was just cold, terrified, and utterly alone. Dun dun dun.
Okay, what's this bullshit about you not being a writer, Sticks?
I'm what people consider a hobbyist. I dabble.
You're still a writer. Doesn't matter if you dabble or you do it as a profession. You're still a writer.
But hey, as the people who came in from my notification, and Ace is still here, so can attest. This was the story that I've been working on, that I was working on my stream every Friday until I found you guys, and then kind of gave up on the whole streaming thing. But yeah, I have been. Oh, she had to go looking for the duct tape. That's for Kevin, right? Right.
That's her sign that you need to write more.
I have, like, again, I've been working on this for a long time. I have like 14 chapters right now. I can do what Patrick does and keep submitting them, sequentially each week if that's what you guys want. Assuming I stay ahead. You can glare at me with your duct tape all you want.
Yeah, she's not the only one that wants more. If you look at the comments,
Perfect. That's a waste of perfectly good duct tape right there. That wasn't a 404. That wasn't a 404 at all.
no, that was pulling the duct tape.
Fitzer has a good point. It is very hard to be menacing while wearing quokka ears, but somehow I managed to pull it off.
I don't think so. I don't feel menaced.
I do, and so does everybody else. You just have that male bravado because you haven't seen me truly, really angry, and you probably never will. So, of course, to you, I'm not scary because you haven't seen me scary yet. Okay. I'm not a writer, my ass. God, really are my younger sibling from another mother because, good God, that's what I was saying 3 years ago, and I got bullied into this.
Lovingly bullied. And then you had to do some bullying. And here I am.
We are the gift that keeps on giving. You know, just accept the fact that you are in a writing cult now, and you will be lovingly pressured into continuing your art over and over again.
See, and Julie missed that, and she's gonna have to go back and watch the VOD, and she's gonna get to that point, and I'm gonna get a message where it's like, I want to have a talk with Kevin with a baseball bat. I just want to talk.
Oh, that I've already after we finished reading Julie's, I did huge heading directly to her, full ass motherfucking government naming her, and then going, we have to talk, and sent her a meme of a stray kid holding a chair, going, I just want to have a talk.
Because evidently there's a stray kid meme for everything.
There is a stray kid meme for everything, and I have a very large collection.
All right, Doc, do you have any requests for who to read so we can wrap up the night? No preferences.
I got it.
Say, Cash, you'd be up.
Been very quiet tonight. Sorry, just reading the notes here. I'm not sure how good I'll do with the voices, but I'll try. Everything has a cost. The clothes on my back, my wallet, the ticket to this bus. Even maintaining thick, dark hair and brittle nails cost too much. So I just kept scissors and clippers in my pocket. Hell, an hour ago I paid Mr. Guy with a man bun to sit anywhere else. He huddled in his new seat, his freckled cheek pressed against the fog stained window, obscuring anything coming our way. He pulled up from some headphones, drowning out the soft chatter around us, and then I noticed the dark circles under his eyes, leading to an indent on his nose. Why didn't I notice that it was broken? Idle chatter murmured about. A woman needed to get home to cook dinner. For who? A boy wanted to go to that one hobby store. For what hobby? And ew. Somebody desperately needed a shower. I scrunched my nose as I caught wind of their BO. When their scent disappeared, I breathed with a sigh of relief. It felt great to stretch out my legs into an empty seat, far away from the toilet, I might add. No one was brave enough to pay the cost of opening it, not even the driver who took a pit stop to take a leak outside. I was brave enough to find 3 of my terminals without asking anyone for direction, but I was not going to risk E. coli to empty my tank. I'd get to the next city soon enough, even at this pathetic crawl. No more messy family drama, no more men. Alone at last. What's a pretty thing like you doing on a greyhound? I was about to tell the new guy off, but my mouth hinged in the air when I saw him. With one finger, he tucked a tuft of my hair behind my ear, pushed my mouth closed by my chin, leaning in. Maybe I said no more men too soon? Did the driver just pick up a stray? Where did he come from? Why did he board a Greyhound bus mid route? May I take this seat? He asked, accent thick. You can take my virginity. Yes. He chuckled. I suggest coffee first. The bus didn't wait for him to sit. Its engine puffed to life and shook its metal panels before trotting onward. Quickly, I scooted my knees into my chest and he joined me. This wasn't love at first sight. My first love was Marcus, and it took him a month for me to even consider one date. He had to take his time to dig through all my layers before he tugged my core. Then, when he had me in the palm of his hand, I learned love had cost too, and I wouldn't pay the toll. This was raw chemistry, a desire for lust. Oh no. What's your name? New guy asked. Not gonna offer yours first? I cooed. This guy could be Fey, with his slender nose, toned cheeks, and hidden ears. If I gave him my name, I'd be screwed. He could enchant me, have me forget my dreams, and he could use me in any way he wanted. I tiptoed my fingers over his coat and then traced my fingers over his knuckles. No, I refused to tell him my name is Marie. Not until I could tell if he wasn't the Tooth Fairy's cousin, even if he did have pretty gray eyes. I didn't need my uptight brother to remind me how names held power. Med school made him too rigid, if you ask me. Thank God resting bitch face wasn't my chaperone tonight. I guess that's fair, my seat neighbor said. But what if I don't want to tell you? He closed his eyes and rested his head against the headrest. Now's my chance. I dragged my ring against his flesh. It turned a little pink and then back to normal, but he didn't even flinch. No, he's not Fey. That didn't explain why my heart failed whenever he touched me. No, abort, cease. Well, I'll just have to resort to guessing, I replied, smiling. I'm a terrible guesser. He snorted, took my hand, and brushed his lips against my knuckles. A buzz waved between my ears. You're also a terrible liar. Why are you checking if I'm Fey? My words caught in my throat. How did he know? Who is this guy? The average person assumed that fairies had wings and took teeth as payment. I breathed out shallowly. Who's asking? Why didn't you board at the terminal? He smirked and peeked an eye open. Nice try. Okay, I'll nibble. I got a gig. I frowned, bothered by his nonchalantness. I turned his hand over and smoothed out the crags in his hands. He hummed, almost melting into that trance like tiredness. The palms were smooth, but his fingers were rough, like my cousin who fiddled with guitar. He was too shy to hop on stage, but sometimes he'd play during the holiday seasons. None of this helped me figure out who tall, dark, and gorgeous was. No more. You're suspicious, I said. What kind of gig? Music? You'd give your virginity to a suspicious man? He huffled to laugh. You're an oddball. He could have been a whittler, but his palms were way too soft. His dark lashes dipped low as he studied my face. In the right lighting, he could have looked like a sire or a thrall, but his nose dusted pink whenever my fingers wandered. He was painfully human. At any rate, he wasn't going to tell me who he was or where he was going. There was something about a mysterious man, and he played it well. You have a traditional name, he said finally. I stopped touching him and inched toward the window. I wanted to puke from world crashing embarrassment. You can't know that, I hissed. I do now, he teased, fully grinning. And yes, I am a musician. But no, it's not a music gig. Now, are you going to give in, miss? I fell for it all too easy, and his dimples were way too smug. I sighed in defeat. Marie, I said. Bram, he answered. When I snorted, he took my chin again, and my breath vanished. My throat went tight when he squinted at me. No more men. Ah, ah, no Dracula jokes. I nodded slowly. Everything had a cost. What was Brahms? I opened my mouth, but the bus jerked into a sloppy halt. People's personal items threatened to shake loose. Individuals gasped and, oh my, and Brahm caught me so I wouldn't fly out of my seat. The bus door hawed open and the driver stepped out. This isn't a stop, Brahm murmured. He took a leak before, I suggested. No, someone's out there. There was always someone out there. The question is, what flavor of spooky were we getting tonight? My breath clogged inside my lungs. Why couldn't the paranormal just mind its business? I let out a heavy sigh as soft footsteps followed the driver into the bus. Two men, slender, long, and out of this world beautiful. The driver just sat in the seat as the two men strolled down the pathway. Found the Fae. Don't stare, Brom whispered. He pulled me closer, squeezed my hand, and slid it into his pocket. Why was my hand lighter? They whispered among themselves. If you tried to squeeze your ears and crane your neck, their voices sounded like bells and melodies. One spoke like he was tired of everyone already, and the other spoke like he didn't get enough attention. The two creatures carried themselves like they were in the middle of a store bickering about their preferred towel. That's what humans were to Faye. They looked the same. Maybe you had to wash and dry them every now and then, but they lasted for months if you found the right brand. Some were too dark, some were too big, but every now and then you found the right towel that caught your eye. You didn't want a Faye's eyes to land on you when they made up their mind. They approached Mr. Man Bun, who had his headphones on, but he was staring way too obviously. One smiled. You, he said, smooth as a knife cutting melted butter. He took off an ear pad. A bad move. Maybe he was $10 richer, but money didn't always make you smarter. Huh. Name? The same one asked. Tonio, said Mr. Man Bun. Idiot. Lovely, the Fae chirped. Tonio's eyes dilated, shifting from brown to black, a man in a pleasant daydream. The only way he could get out of this was if someone threw purified salt into his face. But unfortunately, the Fae knew this trick too. You had to hope someone was tough enough to bark back. I leaned against Brahm's embrace, slid my hand into my pocket, and squeezed a salt pack. I had hoped I wouldn't need it, but if I wanted to avoid what happened last autumn, I'd have to be smart. Just transfer the energy into the packet and leave a trail of salt in my mouth. Whatever you're up to, knock it off, Bram hissed. They're walking this way. His breath tickled my ear. For a split second, White hazed my vision. Come on, I couldn't be that desperate, could I? Oh, these two are pretty. The second one swooned. I didn't bother to turn my attention to them, but I could already tell he was the one who enchanted Tonio. His tone was breathy and arrogant. Weren't all Fae? Was that racist of me? Or cryptidist? Whatever. I took the salt pack, cracked it open, and drew a line like I was preparing myself for a tequila shot. My mouth shut tight. Ah, what a clever little witch's apprentice, said his arrogant partner. You'd be a lovely pet. I tried to remember the rhyme my mother had me memorize in both English and Spanish. All I could come up with was fairy slurs and a broad list of Spanish profanities. Apprentice? The nerve! Brom kept his other hand in his pocket, but his arm tightened around me, his eyes trained on the seat ahead of us. The silent type, huh? The brash one said. He sighed dramatically. Laws, this is boring. Make them talk. Anything for my bottom, he said. I guess his name was Laz. A fake name, of course. I beg your pardon, sir, the second one seethed. Laz chuckled. Never mind you. Hell. Brom snorted. I elbowed his ribs and he groaned. Was he trying to get himself imprisoned? Hell took Brom's cheek. Something funny? A fairy borrowing a god's name. That's hilarious, Brom said, voice rumbling in his chest. He'll be the death of me. Oh, he's learned, Laz. Learned, Laz. I didn't know humans came with such eloquence. Stop touching me. Huh? Hell code. And what will you do for me to stop, I wonder? No, Brom was going to get stuck with a pact. I had to warn him. I looked up and my jaw hinged at the sight of the Fae. Their eyes looked wrong. Brom buried my face into his chest. I almost choked on salt and saliva before shutting my mouth. I couldn't see what Brom had done next, but whatever it was involved his other hand, and hell screeched in 5 kinds of decibels that overlapped. I covered my ears, and then I realized why my finger was light. My ring was gone. Brom swiped my iron ring. Did he just... You fiend! Hell hissed. Brom snorted. I'm so incredibly heartbroken. I'll grab your heart and break it myself. But nothing happened. I peeked up. Brom's eyes were black, pitched, focused. Turning, I saw hell in mid-pounce, frozen every single inch of his body. His hand had an indent from where I assumed Brom branded hell. Brom gestured to Laz. You two will unenthrall Tonio, walk off this bus, and return to whatever dirt-ridden shire you two came from. Or else? Laz asked slowly. Brom grinned. Did you know the Fae have souls? They make a pretty penny for the Reaper in this quadrant. Reaper? How did he know about Reapers? Who on earth is Brom? Hell, come with me. Leave your pet. Brom's eyes returned to that stunning gray, and they trailed the Fae as they approached Tonio. They undid their enchantment, and it wasn't until now that I realized everyone had been seated, holding their breath, focused on everything, even as the two entities left the bus. No one said anything as the door chinked tight. No one uttered a word as the bus shook to life, not even Brom, who still held me close to his chest. I could finally swallow that salt, and I winced as it burned down my throat without a chaser. His eyes fixed on me. Did you just swallow that? He asked incredulously. I did, I said matter of factly. It sounded all too loud against the wordless buzz. I dropped my voice to a murmur. And give me back my ring. He smirked. No, I think I'll keep it. Scowled. When he laughed, my throat went numb at how beautiful it rang. You're strange, Marie. I think I'll follow you. Every girl's dream, I said, rolling my eyes. We did start with coffee late at night after the bus dropped us off at our next stop. I just didn't know how long he would stay or what tolls it would take to stay in his. Dun, dun, dun.
Again, I should have been specific. Because we went from horny demons to horny centaurs, even though it was kind of the human being horny on the centaur, to now horny witches and vampire demon fae things. To be determined. We almost came full circle back to horny demons, okay?
I mean,
There was trauma in the middle.
yes,
There was trauma in the middle. We had to break things up, you know, otherwise the horny would get monotonous and, you know, one can only edge so long.
Any Bahoozle. I did freak out one of Robbie's supervisors, that used to be one of my supervisors, because I'm sitting over in the corner going, "It's too peoply in here," and he looks over my shoulder, and about that time, my finger slips, and it was the horny centaur. And I'm sitting there like, he's just looking at me, looking at my phone, looking at me, and I said, "That's my show." Not as in, "This is what I watch," as in, I'm supposed to be that missing block right there, and I gave it up to be here. Just be happy I'm not showing my ass, and went back to what I was doing.
I say keep it a secret, Doc. Leave it for some other time. Or when you publish your book, whichever comes first.
All I have to say is that it has been
Right.
4 years, and I have not needed this many cigarettes after in a very long time. I I Okay! And yes, for the record, Shy, we have gotten even more unhinged. But also, I wanna say more fun.
Yeah, TOS over here is a little bit more lax, and we often forget about the whole YouTube side of
No,
things
don't be
and their
sorry, Trisha.
TOS.
Look, look, look. Yep. Listen, Linda. Oh. Okay. Uh, uh,
I beg to differ, Trisha.
You lead
I had
into
to read
some
that.
good stuff.
I had to read that out loud. It's definitely going somewhere.
There's such a thing as closed door smut.
It's true. You could do fade to black and still do that. That's fine. But like sometimes the spice isn't the act; it's the lead up.
Yes. Yes. So we understand that, Trisha. But that implies that smut is only the actual act. Not true.
Oh my god. Okay, y'all need to stop, okay? Like I see the subby good little chat tonight. But like we got to stay on task here, okay? I just got through a hellish weekend of wrangling cats in real life. I don't need the fucking needy sub chat this weekend. Please.
as
Sticks needs a break.
As the three members of the cat clouder he's referring to.
It wasn't that bad.
You had your moment, okay? You had your moment. Everybody had at least one moment. You had your moment.
I had a couple of moments, if we're going to be honest about it, but
Yours was Red Robin. Kesh's Kesh's was Starbucks and watching you guys miss the turn like 4 times. And Izzy's was from the moment I arrived till the moment we left.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty accurate, but mine was also the drive to Red Robin.
Hey. At least all three of you missed out on the K-pop fangirling with a complete stranger.
I can appreciate that.
We did.
I can appreciate that you spared us from that. You didn't spare me from, violating that waiter's consent and assaulting him with a flesh-colored pickle.
Hey!
I will not provide context.
Hey!
We will not provide context.
J1 took it like a champ.
You gotta wonder though how many times that somebody said that to him. He was
probably never
a doll. He was an absolute
doll. He was lovely. Anyway, the only person who was subjected, the only people who were subjected to me fangirling with a complete stranger was Trisha and her lovely husband. So, there we go. Perfectly fine. Anyway, we are waiting for our lovely fearless leader for the numbers. Yes.
81.
Okay, 81. Scroll! Oh, I don't want to do it on there. I want to do it on here. $81.
Fingers of Fury are prepared.
I don't know. Y'all might want to re-roll this. Okay? A mysterious Valentine's Day card sets off a chain of unexpected events.
Reroll. 48.
I'm going to laugh if this one's pretty spicy too.
A character finds evidence that someone has been closely observing their daily life. and always has.
Oh, that fits. Okay.
So I
25.
see a submission from Dahlia next week.
Scroll, 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 scroll.
25. Line. The chair rocked on its own in the empty nursery.
No, that's not ominous at all. And last but certainly not least, the dialogue of number 38.
I misread and thought 37 was 38. Thank God it's not. 38. I want that woman out of my house.
Okay. You'll have to wait for us to do that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, fine viewers of the audience, I just want to remind you while voting, just because you're feeling some type of way tonight doesn't mean you might be next week. So, you know. Vote for the spice if you want the spice. But next week, if you're not feeling it, remember, you brought this on yourselves.
Ting!
I also kind of want to know what number 37 is. And side note, while we wait for the votes, the number of times that you said randomness, like Julie would read the number, you would scroll, and then you would say something not related to the prompt, and I had to start deleting because I was already like,
Oh, that's what happens when I've had too much 3 hearts.
well, it's all gone now. Well, that's like, you could probably finish that, and nope, you know what? I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and look at the votes. How many do we got so far?
I can't
We're
afford
at
another bottle right
We've got
now.
a 10.
10 out of 17. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here, hey, lurkers, that counts for you too. Hey, folks, if you're here, you've been lurking so far, this is your call. The poll is up. If you were just listening and not staring at your screen right now, the poll is up. Come vote. How do you vote? At the top of the chat, are you on mobile or computer? Either way, at the top of the chat, you should see a thing that says current poll and then prompt underneath it. Click on that. It'll expand the menu. You'll see all the things. Click on the one you want. Hit vote. You got to do it quick because we only have a few seconds remaining. Or you could just put a number in the chat and tell us which one you want, and we'll count that.
And until we can get you more familiar.
Put a number in the chat if you can't vote
We
in
got
the
a
poll.
tie. We got a current tie. Fuck, we got a
There it
tie.
goes.
Hold on. We might have some hanging chads here in chat. Just dated myself. we'll see if numbers pop up in chat that will change things. Book Dragon was, or Shy was able to vote. Luna, were you able to vote? One. So concept would win. So let me go up there and grab that.
Okay.
And
Now, all three, for those who are new to our stream, over in our Discord, feel free to join, see how much more unhinged we are on a regular basis. Now, we aren't always completely unhinged. We are also quite helpful and collaborative. We have spaces where you can do body doubling, sprints. If you need an accountability buddy while you are folding your laundry, we do that too. You're looking for a word. We've got a dictionary bot. We have a Sprinto bot. We have breakout rooms if you want to pick somebody's brain about the submission or even just your work in progress or a story idea or whatever. Like, we've look, Julie has also fixed engines from thousands of miles away and countries away. I have done financial help with debit card transactions. That you do, like, how do I get a hold of the bank and get this taken care of? We do all sorts of things. We've got technical support. We've got IT. We are a community. We are a family. Yes. Styx is the TSV, technical support Viking. And I'm the TISM, technical support Shield Maiden. Cash is the stylist. Literally, she. Yes.
What?
Julie has also unfucked a sink from the other side of the world. We've helped re-season clean cast iron pans. Legitimately, we're not just a writing group. We are family. Come over if you like our weirdness. But there is a channel over there that literally says season 3, 2026. And all of these prompts will be listed with the winning one asterisked. So if you want to put even more in, go for it. We got various forums. You want to get feedback on your writing, your drawing, whatever. Full stop shop over there. Also, the due date and time is pre-adjusted for your local time in the season 3, thanks to Death's Head, who taught me how to get that code. So I set it for my time and then post it in there, and you see it in your local time when it is due by. So you don't have to do the math.
You really don't. But for those that understand Central Time, it is due by 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. Adjust your times accordingly, or let the bot do it for you. Either which way, it's been a long night for everybody. I'm a little overstimmied and had to deal with people. And I really just want to get to the point where Izzy's screaming at me. So if you guys want to hear that, now would be the time to join the Discord. We'll get you accepted as soon as we jump over. But let's face it. This was a harebrained idea that 3 years fucking later, we have a community that spans the fucking globe. It doesn't matter what you need or how you need it, or if it's a, hey, give me 10 minutes and fucking Google and I will tell you how to fucking fix it yourself.
Helped me do triage,
which we all stand on. Yes, I've even triaged from 7.5 hours away. But the best thing that I can tell anybody is be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. And we'll see you on Friday night for Book for Friday. Saturday night for the show. Hold My Pen Promptcast. But the most importantly, don't add to the fucking population. Don't subtract from the population. If you get your ass arrested, do not call us for bail. We just had a show. We are recouping our losses currently, both financially and sleep deprived. Otherwise, be good to yourself. Fuck what anybody else thinks. And remember, the only opinion that matters is yours. Bye!